Chapter 522. Tao Yinran opened the door and was startled to see Lu Qingwan with a gloomy face. "Qingwan? Why are you here?" Before she got back together with Lu Li, she didn't want Lu Li to know that she was in contact with Lu Qingwan in private, so she told Lu Qingwan to call her if there was anything and not to look for her. At this moment she was a little surprised. "Sister Yinran, I'm going to die of anger because of that bitch." Lu Qingwan stormed in angrily, threw her bag on the sofa, and screamed and stomped her feet like a madwoman. Tao Yinran was very annoyed with Lu Qingwan's bad temper, but she still pretended to be concerned and poured a cup of tea for her. "What's wrong? Tell me." "Tao Yuan and my brother are living together." Tao Yinran paused for a few seconds. "Living together? Are you sure you're not mistaken? How is that possible? I bumped into them today. They were taking a walk near the neighborhood. My brother was dressed casually, and Tao Yuan's apartment is nearby, so it can't be wrong. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding, a coincidence?" "Absolutely not. My brother hasn't lived at home for a long time, and I've never heard of him living in a hotel. He must be living at Tao Yuan's place and he has been living there for a while." "But, doesn't Ali hate her?" "That was in the past. Now, every time I quarrel with Tao Yuan, my brother protects her. I thought that when you came back, my brother would immediately get back together with you. When he was not home, I also thought that you two were living together, but now it seems that is not the case at all. Sister Yinran, didn't my brother take the initiative to look for you?" This question made Tao Yinran embarrassed. For the sake of her face, of course she couldn't admit it, so she stubbornly said, "He did look for me, but I rejected him." "Why? Did you have a change of heart?" I just didn't want him to get me too easily." "Hey, with your relationship, is there a need to play hard to get? If you ignore my brother like this, he will definitely go to Tao Yuan for comfort, and then you will be the one suffering." I didn't expect their relationship to be so good. Some of the things that happened this time had completely exceeded Tao Yinran's expectations. She was sure that Lu Li still loved her deeply, but she was afraid that he had more than one person in his heart, and Tao Yuan was becoming more and more important. If the scales in his heart were to lean towards Tao Yuan, then it would be troublesome. Tao Yinran was already aware of the crisis in her heart. "Sister Yinran, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and think of a way or my brother will be tricked by that bitch. Ali loves me. She won't seduce me so easily. Don't worry." Tao Yinran tried her best to look confident and calm. If Lu Qingwan saw her worry, she might not help her. She had to calm the army first. "Really? Don't tell me you're just going to watch my brother and her get better and better?" "Of course not, but I am very confident in Ali. If he wanted to have a change of heart, he would have done so long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now." "But, okay, don't worry. I am confident. You just need to continue to help me." Tao Yinran asked softly. "Will you continue to help me?" "Of course, Sister Yinran, do you still need to ask? I have always been on your side." Lu Qingwan was so firm. A small part of it was because she had a good impression of Tao Yinran, but most of it was because she hated Tao Yuan too much. Tao Yinran tried to win her over, and she also wanted to win over Tao Yinran, the trump card. In a sense, the two were in a relationship of using each other. "Well, that's right." A sly smile appeared in Tao Yinran's eyes. "I have already thought of a way. You just need to do as I say." Tao Yuan was meeting a client in a Western restaurant, but she didn't expect to meet Fang Yicheng. The two hadn't seen each other for a while, so she couldn't hide her excitement. But Fang Yicheng didn't come out of the private room alone. He was followed by a petite and pure girl. It seemed that the two were getting along very well. His girlfriend? Tao Yuan left the seat and sat back down. Fang Yicheng also saw her. After a second of surprise, he nodded at her. Tao Yuan smiled back and watched the two leave the restaurant. Today's conversation went well. The client nodded with satisfaction. As they said, "Manager Tao is really an excellent partner. I look forward to working with you." "Manager Zhang, you flatter me." "Not at all, I am telling the truth. I don't know when you are free to have a meal with me? Let's not talk about business, we just want to be friends." Tao Yuan had long heard that he was interested in her. She didn't want to give the other party any hope, so she tactfully refused. "It is the hotel's peak season. I can't tell you which day. When we are both free, I will contact you again." "Oh, then I will wait for your call." Manager Zhang left. Tao Yuan sorted out the information and a piece of paper fell to the ground. She was about to bend down to pick it up when a hand picked it up and handed it to her. She looked up and opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Yicheng? Why are you back? Where is the lady just now?" "I asked the driver to send her back." Fang Yicheng smiled and sat down opposite her. Long time no see. Well, yes, it has been almost a month. How have you been recently? Very busy. I've been working all day long. I used to be sloppy when I went to work. I'm not used to it when I get serious, but it will get better slowly. Fang Yicheng was in high spirits and was still so handsome. However, in just a month he looked a lot more mature and steady. He might not have noticed this change, but Tao Yuan saw it at a glance and felt very gratified. You have been doing well recently, right? You have taken on a few big projects abroad. Why do you pay so much attention to me? Oh, I heard it from Lao Liang. How is he? We haven't played cards together for a long time. Everyone is the same, busy with their own things. Tao Yuan replied casually. The one who has changed the most is you. You are working so hard now, your family must be very happy. I have to work hard. My 3 sisters have been watching me and pressuring me every day. They can't wait to whip me. Tao Yuan was amused by his exaggerated appearance. You are talking nonsense again. They can't wait to treasure you. How can they bear to? Oh, by the way, is that your girlfriend just now? Do you care? Tao Yuan shrugged. If it is, congratulations. Are you being sarcastic or sarcastic? You know that I have feelings for you. How can I change my mind so easily? In order not to put pressure on her, Fang Yicheng deliberately spoke in a joking tone, but there was no lack of sincerity in it. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was on the verge of boiling with excitement. It was not an exaggeration to say that the time when they were apart was like a year for him. He thought about her every day, especially the first few days, which were too hard to bear. Every time he couldn't bear to see her, he would remind himself with his promise to her. He didn't have the ability to be independent yet, so he was not qualified to compete with Lu Li. He couldn't take her back from Lu Li and he couldn't make her happy. So what he could do was to work day and night, hoping to catch up with Lu Li and prove his ability to her. Now it was far from that day. He had to be patient. Fang Yicheng emphasized to himself over and over again, although the intensity of holding her in his arms was about to drive him crazy. He continued to speak after restraining his excitement. She was introduced to me by my family. She is the daughter of my father's old friend. I didn't want to offend her, so I met her. I just wanted to make friends. I had no intention of doing that at all. But with your charm, the girl will still be moved by you, right? She looks quite gentle and doesn't look like a spoiled rich girl. There's no harm in you two trying to date each other. I won't do things that don't have a result. How do you know there won't be a result if you don't do it? Although I'm sloppy about many things, I'm very serious about relationships. Once I've made up my mind, I won't change it. What I like is the best. No matter how good other women are, I won't look at them. Tao Yuan didn't relax for long before she began to feel the pressure again. She treated Fang Yicheng as a very, very good friend. She was very happy to reunite with an old friend, but they were only friends. Once she felt his feelings, she would feel the pressure. She didn't know what to say and just forced a smile. You don't have to be so stubborn. Go and say this to my heart. I'm not the stubborn one, it's it. It can't tolerate a second one. What can I do? No matter how much he endured, he still wanted her to know his sincerity. The words that were hidden in his heart unknowingly came out. Tao Yuan's heavy heart was a little confused. She didn't know what to say, so she lowered her head and took a sip of coffee. The originally harmonious atmosphere fell into silence. In the CEO's office, Lu Qingwan slipped into the office when the secretary was not around. Lu Li was looking at the contract. He was a little annoyed that she entered without an invitation. Next time before you come in, ask the secretary to inform me first. She's not here. Then you can at least knock on the door first. I'm your sister, not a client. Do you need to do this? Lu Qingwan smiled very charmingly. Her voice was sweet and had a hint of flattery. Brother, what are you busy with? Is this the sofa you bought recently? I like this one. Are you tired? Let me massage you? Lu Li's attitude was cold. Lu Qingwan simply leaned on his back and hugged his neck coquettishly. Oh brother, are you still angry with me because of what happened last night? You know, I'm an impatient person and my words are neither light nor heavy. Why are you so calculative with me? You also know that you have a loose tongue? I'm spoiled by you and Mom. You are also responsible. How can you blame me alone? Besides, I'm just feeling unfair for you. Can I just take it that I said something wrong and apologize to you? If you want to apologize, you should apologize to your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? I've never treated Tao Yuan as my sister-in-law. Lu Qingwan got angry again. In my heart, there will always be only one sister-in-law, and that is Sister Yanran. You and Tao Yuan are going to divorce soon. Why should I call her sister-in-law? As long as she and I are still married, legally, she is your sister-in-law. Chapter 523. I don't care about the law. The law doesn't say that I have to go to jail if I don't treat her as my sister-in-law, right? Lu Qingwan rolled her eyes. I just hate her. It doesn't matter how many times you say it. You should be on the same side as me. Why are you helping her? Lu Li shook his head. I really can't talk to you. Hey, don't be like this. I don't want to fall out with you because of her. Moreover, I didn't tell Sister Yanran that you guys are living together. It means that my heart is still with you. I'm just too afraid that Tao Yuan will steal you away. That's why I said those harsh words. You know how much I love you and how much I want you to reconcile with Sister Yanran. Lu Qingwan tried to use sugar-coated bullets to win over Lu Li, but the result was that his face was still cold. Do you like to meddle in my business that much? The onlooker sees clearly. I don't want you to be fooled by Tao Yuan's tricks. It's not like you don't know what happened between her and Fang Yicheng and those other men. Don't you feel dirty when you touch her? Tao Yuan might not be that good, but at least she's not as bad as you think she is. Not bad? She's just a fickle woman? Lu Qingwan wanted to call her AB*Tsich, but she held it in and gritted her teeth. Do you know where she is now? She's with Fang Yicheng now. Fang Yicheng? This name sounded unfamiliar to Lu Li. After the last time, he and Tao Yuan hadn't seen each other for a while. He thought that the fly had retreated. He didn't expect that it would still be there. It was really courting death. How did you know? Did you send someone to follow her? I have a friend who met her there, Qingwan. Lu Li gritted his teeth. Okay. I got someone to watch her. The purpose is to find evidence of her cheating. If you want to see, I have a bunch of photos of her dating other men. Do you want to see? Lu Li stood up and reprimanded. You're really too much. I'm going too far? I only wanted to help you get justice. How was that too much? If I hadn't sent someone to follow her, do you know where she is now? You probably think she's still working properly, don't you? Lu Qingwan felt that her good intentions had been ruined and was very angry. According to her thoughts, when Lu Li heard the news, he should be very angry and want to settle the score with Tao Yuan. Why did he turn the spear against her? He couldn't tell right from wrong. Did I ask you to do that? I'm your sister. I want to help you. You're more of a hindrance. You're only 20 this year. Where did you learn these despicable methods from? Despicable? Lu Qingwan jumped up in anger and pointed at her nose. You dare to call me despicable? I'm your sister, how can you say that to me? Tao Yuan made you a cuckold. Why don't you call her shameless? Brother, did she cast a spell on you to make you so muddle-headed? It's obvious that she cheated. Do you still want to find an excuse for her? If I didn't make it clear before, then let me tell you clearly again. Tao Yuan and I haven't divorced yet. She's my woman and your sister-in-law. If you deal with her, you're going against me. If you weren't my sister, do you know what I would do to you? Lu Qingwan was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. This is the last time I'm warning you. You'd better behave yourself. After Lu Li said this, he asked his secretary to invite Lu Qingwan out. In the dining room, Tao Yuan and Fang Yicheng sat by the window. Neither of them spoke. As for Fang Yicheng, he enjoyed the peace of staring at her quietly. As long as he was with her, even if he didn't say anything, it was a rare happiness for him. He wished that time would pass slower. He wished that every bit of feeling at this moment could be clearly remembered in his heart. As for Tao Yuan, she was so stressed that she couldn't breathe. She didn't know what to say. After a while, she just squeezed out a smile. Do you want to go to Ximen Street for dinner? Fang Yicheng suddenly suggested. No. Well, the girl just ordered a salad. I didn't eat much. I'm hungry. You probably didn't eat much either. Tao Yuan looked at her phone. It was only 7 o'clock. It wasn't too late, so she agreed. The two arrived at Ximen Street. As usual, they ate from one end of the street to the other. There were some snacks. Both of them had a preference for spicy food, so they could eat together. It was so spicy that they sweated profusely, but it was very enjoyable. After eating for a whole 2 hours, when they arrived home, Tao Yuan's stomach was bulging, but she still felt a little unsatisfied. I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten to eat something just now. It turned out to be duck blood vermicelli. Shall we go back now? Forget it. It's too far. Next time. Fang Yicheng's eyes darkened. Next time? When would the next time be? He didn't dare to think about it. He forced himself not to look for her. Today he used a chance encounter as an excuse to deceive himself. As long as he didn't take the initiative to see her, it was not against the rules. But he was still with her. He really couldn't bear to let her go. He looked out of the window. He still lives with you. Tao Yuan didn't say a word. Fang Yicheng was very jealous. But this feeling couldn't be described as simple jealousy. It was more of the pain of his own powerlessness. If he had worked hard earlier, perhaps he would have the capital to compete with Lu Li now, and he wouldn't be so useless. Are you getting back together? He tried to ask in the calmest voice, but his trembling throat still revealed his sadness. No. Tao Yuan sighed. In fact, she really shouldn't tell Fang Yicheng about her relationship with Lu Li, because she didn't want to give him hope. But hearing his suppressed pain, she still couldn't bear to hear it. You know how he is. Most of the time it's really unbearable. My relationship with him is constantly deteriorating. I'm thinking of a way to divorce him. Divorce? Fang Yicheng immediately looked at her, his eyes burning with hope. You want to divorce him? I had this idea for a long time, but he just refused to leave. Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's getting late, you should go back early. Good night. She was about to get out of the car, but Fang Yicheng held her hand tightly. If you divorce, can you be the first to tell me? Tao Yuan couldn't help but nod. But I'm afraid it's not that easy. You know, he's very difficult to deal with. If he doesn't want to do something, he will definitely not do it. I can't do anything about it. The trace of joy in Fang Yicheng's heart was instantly extinguished. He lowered his head and stayed silent for a long time. I know it's all my fault. I'm useless. Do you know? The thought of you living with him makes me crazy with jealousy. But the funny thing is, I don't even have the capital to be jealous. I ask myself, even if I'm jealous, so what? I'm useless, I can't snatch you back. So, I can only work hard and work overtime day and night. I can't wait to catch up with Lu Li. I know it's wishful thinking, but other than this, what else can I do? Yuan, I can't do anything about you being with him now. But once you divorce, once I snatch you back, I'll forget everything about you and him in the past. I want to start again with you. No matter what you've been married before, no matter what happened between you and him, to me that's all in the past. I only want to think about the future with you. Fang Yicheng knew that his way of thinking was very cowardly and it was a display of extreme incompetence. But if he was always shackled by the past and didn't look forward to their future, he would be driven crazy by himself and he would definitely die in pain. To be honest, I'm very grateful for your efforts. But I hope that you work hard for yourself. Only by being strong in your heart, can you truly be strong and not for me. Don't say that, at least let me have a goal. Right now, when I think of you, my whole body is filled with strength. My family means that I can get things without sewing. I've had everything since I was young, so I take everything for granted. But you're different. You're the most precious treasure in my life. For you, I'm willing to do anything. I've never tried so hard to do something. But you should become stronger for yourself. Wait until you get used to working hard, or should I say, wait until you become strong. Then you'll feel that I'm not that good and that you deserve a better girl. I don't know what a better girl is. Fang Yicheng shook his head. I only know that after so many years I've met all kinds of women, but I only want you. I only want you. His firm gaze started to make Tao Yuan feel pressure again. This feeling moved her, but at the same time, it made her feel a burden. But it was undeniable that everyone had their own beliefs and goals. People didn't have the right, nor did they have the ability to change anyone. Fang Yicheng's love was very firm. It wasn't something that could be changed by a few words from her. And the more she said, the more stubborn he might be. After all, men's desire to conquer was very strong. The more they couldn't get, the more they wanted it. It was useless for her to say more. She could only let him think clearly and let it go. If you insist on thinking that way, I can't do anything about it. But I hope you understand that I only see you as a good friend. I've never thought about a future with you. Whether I divorce Lu Li or not, it's the same. Don't say that. Fang Yicheng let go of her hand and turned his face to the other side in resistance. Even if you say that, I won't give up. But you don't have to make me sad, do you? I just don't want you to have hope and then be disappointed. That's my business. Similarly, feelings are also between you and me. It has nothing to do with my family, and it has nothing to do with your past. Isn't it just marriage? It's not murder or arson. You don't owe anyone, so there's no need to feel inferior. He continued to speak. Before that sentence just now, everything was very harmonious. I only remember what happened before. As for what you said after that, I've forgotten. Deep down, Fang Yicheng was also a proud and domineering man. There was no need to say more about Tao Yuan. Then I'll leave first. After she got out of the car, she had only taken 2 steps when 2 long arms suddenly hugged her from behind. He hugged her tightly in his arms and pressed his chest against hers. That strong body was actually trembling. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have treated you like that." He buried his head in her ear and murmured deeply and forcefully. Chapter 524. His attitude just now wasn't bad. Was it because he cared about her so much that he would feel guilty even if he said a few harsh words? He was like a fragile child, full of strong attachment to her, arousing Tao Yuan's maternal instinct. She especially wanted to turn around and hug him, caress his hair, and use the most gentle words to comfort him. She imagined that what she did was out of sympathy. If she really did that, it would only cause Fang Yicheng to misunderstand. So she endured it. Being infected by him, her body also trembled slightly. "No, you didn't let me down, Yicheng. I let you down. I owe you too much." "Don't say such words, I love you willingly, you don't owe me anything." Fang Yicheng smiled bitterly. "Do you know? Sometimes I also blame you, why don't you love me, why don't you even give me a chance? But I think your appearance is already the best thing in my life. To be able to meet you, I'm already very happy, really? Don't say anything, don't deprive me of my only hope, okay? People without hope are very pitiful, do you want me to be that miserable?" His sorrowful voice pierced Tao Yuan's heart. How did she deserve to be loved by him like this? "Thinking of you in my heart, working hard for our future, I'm already very happy. I always fantasize that when my ability surpasses Lu Li, when I'm no longer bound by the Fang family, you can rightfully stand by my side. I know this will take a very long time, but no matter how long, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, even longer, I'm willing to wait, I won't give up because you're someone worthy of me working hard for the rest of my life." After hugging for a long time, Fang Yicheng reluctantly let go of Tao Yuan and laughed at himself. "I can only do this if I continue to hug you, I really can't bear to let go." He was very tall and very naturally touched the top of Tao Yuan's head. The streetlight reflected on his face, infusing it with gentleness, sincerity, and purity. "Actually, I really want to elope with you and roam the world. Do you know how much courage it takes to let you go? But now, every time I let go, it's worth it. I will definitely get you back. Before that, I'll hand you over to that bastard Lu Li for safekeeping. However, you have to protect yourself. You are not allowed to hold his hand, hug him, or kiss him. In short, you are not allowed to do anything intimate. It is best to keep a distance of more than 1 meter from him." Fang Yicheng said seriously, and Tao Yuan couldn't help laughing. "Even if you didn't say it, I would still do it. Do you think I like being intimate with him? He's a cold-faced Yama, scaring me to death. I can't wait to stay as far away from him as possible. That's right, he's just that annoying." Fang Yicheng said that he was disgusted, but he was actually very worried. No matter how hateful Lu Li was, he was still a very charming man. He was really afraid that Tao Yuan would fall in love with him after a long time. That was too terrifying. He didn't even dare to think about it. He could only lie to himself that she would never fall in love with him. He still had a chance and he had to work hard. "I'm really happy today." He revealed a blissful smile. "You can go up. Good night." "Me too. Drive carefully." Upstairs, a figure had been standing there for an hour. The man's face was frighteningly cold from the cold wind. Pushing the door open, the living room was dark. Tao Yuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily he wasn't at home. Otherwise it would be terrible if he saw the scene downstairs. She turned on the lights and placed her bag on the dining table. She pinched her eyebrows and walked tiredly to her room. "You're finally willing to come back?" The sudden voice shocked Tao Yuan so much that she almost jumped up. Only then did she realize that Lu Li was sitting on the sofa with 2 empty wine bottles on the table. She was still in a state of shock and frowned. "Why are you at home? Why don't you turn on the lights?" Lu Li held a glass in his hand. It was filled with ice cubes and wine. A layer of ice water seeped out of the glass and wet his fingers. He didn't say anything and just stared at Tao Yuan with a faint smile. Coupled with the fact that she was already a little guilty, she became even more nervous under his gaze. She composed herself and walked towards the room. "Stop. Did I say you can leave? This is my home. It's my freedom to go wherever I want." It's your freedom. You can go wherever you want and see whichever man you want. Is that it?" His sexy lips curled into a faint smile, and there was an unfathomable glint in his eyes, which made Tao Yuan feel a sense of danger seeping out of her back. Did he see it? "Where did you go? This is my business. I don't need to report it to you. I told you to stop. Did you hear me?" His tone was a little heavier and his eyebrows sank slightly. But his expression wasn't that scary. Tao Yuan couldn't help but freeze on the spot. Her face slowly stiffened and her body tensed up. What did you do today? He drank a mouthful of wine and asked slowly. The dangerous tone made her vigilant. She carefully considered the answer in her heart. What else can I do? Isn't it just going to work? Work? You're not in the hotel this afternoon. Did you plant someone around me to spy on me? My every move is so clear. Do you have a hobby of spying on others? Tao Yuan was irritated by this invasion of privacy. She made a few sarcastic remarks. Who told you to be dishonest? His behavior and his natural tone made Tao Yuan feel a strong resistance. Her eyebrows furrowed even tighter. I am not your puppet, nor am I your toy. What I want to do and where I want to go, it's none of your business. Your way of doing things has violated my personal freedom. You'd better stop it immediately. Is this a commanding tone? He pondered over her tone. In his eyes, the cluster of flames seemed to burn brighter. So what if I am? No one is willing to live under the surveillance of another person. I don't care what you do. You don't have to care what I do. I'm not your prisoner. Lu Li stood up. His body was a little wobbly. So what you're saying is that I, as your husband, can't control which man you go to see. Is that it? His steps were very slow, but he was still getting closer to her. Tao Yuan was nervous and took 2 steps back. Although her back was straight, it still revealed her uneasiness. Say something, isn't it? You're drunk. I can't be bothered to talk to you. She wanted to escape, but Lu Li grabbed her wrist and pinned her to the wall in a second. Her right arm was held high by him. Her armpit was very painful. She felt that her whole body was lifted up, and the soles of her feet were slightly in the air. Let go. I just went to see Fang Yicheng. You really saw it all. Tao Yuan's heart tightened, but she still held her head high. So what if I did? Can't I see him? He still hasn't given up? He even dares to touch my woman. It seems that he's determined to let Madame Fang die with him. Tao Yuan's face turned pale. Don't act recklessly. I just met him. We didn't do anything. Didn't you say that he was your old lover? You met your old lover and didn't do anything? Do you think I'm a fool? He moved in front of her, and the thick smell of smoke mixed with the smell of alcohol sprayed on Tao Yuan's face, making her frown. Now that she was completely imprisoned by him, his dangerous aura filled the entire area, causing her hair to stand on end. You left the restaurant at 7. Where did you go with him after that? Tao Yuan wanted to say, it's none of your business, but she was worried that if she angered Lu Li, he would find trouble with Fang Yicheng, so she could only explain. We're going to eat. Where do you want to eat for so long? Let me guess, Shimen Street? Is it that simple? That's the place where you guys had a date before? Lu Li sneered. I thought he used some advanced methods to win you over. Turns out that he could buy you over with just a few meals from a roadside stall. You don't want to be the Mrs. Lu that everyone envies, and you insist on making yourself cheap like a roadside stall. You're really a frivolous woman. Oh, or perhaps you're tired of living a life of luxury and want to find something fresh and exciting. Is that it? He spoke with a hint of drunkenness, and his voice was even more sarcastic, like needles pricking Tao Yuan's ears. She bit her lips and didn't make a sound, staring at him stubbornly. Is it fun to play a poor man's game? Is it fun to keep a pet? Do you really enjoy the feeling of a man circling around you? Do you think this is true love? I think he's just a slave. How useless must a man be to allow himself to be played around by a woman? Tao Yuan finally squeezed out a sentence when she couldn't take it anymore. It's not interesting in your eyes, but to me, it's much more interesting than being Mrs. Lu in name only. In name only? Are you hinting for something to happen between us so that you can take the position of Mrs. Lu? You're too imaginative. What I mean is, that's the kind of life I feel alive. To me, the title of Mrs. Lu means nothing at all. Envied by everyone? Like a fish drinking water, only I know if it's hot or cold. Only I know that it's a shackle. However, Tao Yanran would want it very much. It's been 4 years and she's been waiting for it. What Lu Li hated the most was Tao Yuan mentioning Tao Yanran at the drop of a hat. Back then, when she was pestering him shamelessly, she used all sorts of despicable methods to snatch him away from Tao Yanran. Now that there was a new person, she didn't want him anymore and wanted to use Tao Yanran to shove him back. What did she take him for? A piece of trash that she could take back? She wanted. If she didn't want, she didn't want. He and Tao Yanran deserved to die. They deserved to be toyed with by her, didn't they? Lu Li really hated Tao Yuan a little. Do you still have human blood flowing in your bones? I really want to cut open your heart and see if it's filled with stones. Yes, when I'm with you, my heart is made of stone. Only other men can make me flesh and blood again. That's why I can't wait to get rid of you. Other men? Fang Yiqing? You were hugging each other tightly just now, right? What are you nervous about? Do you think I didn't see it? How dare you hug each other right under my nose? What did you do when I didn't see it? Sensing that she was avoiding his gaze, he pinched her chin and smiled coldly and dangerously. Chapter 525. Tao Yuan gritted her teeth and refused to speak. Right now, no matter what she said, it would anger him. She was not afraid of anything, it was just her life, but she could not let him hurt Fang Yiqing. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you a good talker? Are you afraid? Lu Li laughed in a deep voice. There was a hidden killing intent in his laughter. Afraid of what? Afraid that I will deal with your adulterer? Your worry is right. I have 10,000 ways to make him wish he was dead. How about we make a bet? Let's bet on how long it will take for him to kneel in front of me and repent for daring to touch my woman. I can't wait to do it when I think of him crying with snot and tears all over his face. This is between us. If you have any dissatisfaction, then come at me. Don't find trouble with Yicheng. The intimate address of Yicheng was another provocation for Lu Li. He gave a cold laugh. So you're saying that he really touched you? No, he didn't touch me. His fingers rubbed against her chin. Tao Yuan was so nervous that she had goosebumps and her back was covered in cold sweat. There was no angry Lu Li, which made her feel even more uneasy. He was smiling, but that smile made her feel that he was plotting something. He was ready to bite her neck at any time. He didn't touch you? Then when you hugged each other just now, was I seeing things? Are you telling me that there's something wrong with my eyes? She swallowed her saliva in fear. That was just a goodbye hug. Goodbye hug? So when you say goodbye to every man, you will hug each other like that? He murmured against her lips. This proves the saying that the more pure a woman looks, the more open she is. To be able to hug and kiss any man, are you born like this or did you become like this? He raised his eyebrows and his eyes became even more evil. Do you want a man? I don't. Don't deny it. He kissed her lips. That kind of torture really made her go crazy. It's been so many times, why don't you learn? His tone slowly became gentle, as if he was lecturing a small pet. Every time our relationship eased up a little, you would always do something to make me unhappy. Did you do it on purpose? Doesn't it feel good to be incompatible with me? I didn't mean to. His lips moved but no sound came out. You've done so many things. Are you trying to attract my attention or provoke me? If it's the former, then you've achieved your goal. You've indeed taken up a lot of my energy recently. If it's the latter, then you're asking to be humiliated. Think about it, when have you not been bullied by me like this? His thin lips twitched as he let out a frivolous sound. Tao Yuan, are you a masochist? Tao Yuan's mind was in a mess, buzzing. She didn't know if she was a masochist, but Lu Li was definitely a sadist. At this critical juncture, she still didn't want the situation to worsen further. Don't be like this. You're drunk. If there's anything, let's talk tomorrow. I've drunk, but that doesn't mean I'm drunk. I'm very sober now, very sober. Anger was fermenting in her chest. Under the influence of alcohol, it actually gave birth to a different kind of feeling. When she was anxious, her face turned even redder. Her eyelashes trembled nervously. Her pair of dark eyes were lively and her thin lips were tightly bitten, making her look stubborn but beautiful. Right in front of him was her milky white skin, her exquisite facial features, and further down was her slender, swan-like neck. Lu Li's gaze became more and more intense. Once the fire in his body burned, it became more and more vigorous and his body became anxious. She obviously hated this kind of feeling, but the smell of tobacco and alcohol on his body, and the domineering aura that belonged exclusively to Lu Li filled her entire world. She couldn't think of anything else and her mind was in a completely blank state. You don't know what you're doing? She swallowed her saliva with difficulty. I'm very clear. Are you afraid? That would only make him want to devour her even more. Lu Li's smile became more and more profound. The fingers that were pinching her chin began to move to other parts of her face, gently caressing her cheeks. Why are you nervous? You can cuddle with Fang Yicheng, but I can't? I didn't think that he would suddenly hug me. She tried to explain. Oh, so he hugged you forcefully? Then tell me, should I chop off his left hand or his right hand? Or, should I chop off both hands at the same time? His voice was deep and full of emotion, but his eyes were cold. But you didn't push him away, right? Cuddling with another man downstairs, you're courting death. Luli, let go, don't be like this. Like what? He bumped into her, causing her to groan. Like this? He lowered his head and bit her lips harshly. Like this? Or, like this? What are you doing? Tao Yuan screamed. What do you think I'm doing? We've been married for 4 years, the title of Mrs. Lu is not just for show. You have to fulfill your obligations, don't you? With that, his eyes turned cold and he tore off her coat. Tao Yuan turned pale with fright and began to struggle desperately. She twisted her body and struggled with both her hands and feet. The fierce pushing and shoving from her hands angered Lu Li, who grabbed her wrist. Let go of me, bastard. Stop. Fang Yicheng hugged me before, don't you think it's dirty? Lu Li, bam, the two of them fell to the ground together. When they landed, Lu Li instinctively shielded her in his arms. Tao Yuan elbowed him fiercely and Lu Li was in pain. He turned over and pinned her down. No matter how she kicked and hit him, he just wouldn't let go. He tore off his tie and threw it on the ground. Then he began to unbutton his shirt, like a beast hunting its prey, his eyes fierce and sharp. When you used other men to provoke me, didn't you think about this? It's not the first time I've treated you like this. You always forget the pain after the scar has healed. Do you really think I won't dare to do anything to you? With that, he tore off her shirt. Don't be like this, you're crazy, let go of me, let go. Tao Yuan felt ashamed and was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She was touched and frightened. She regretted angering him. Fang Yicheng and I, there's really nothing between us. I didn't do anything wrong, don't be like this. Lu Li, with a muffled pain, both her hands were pressed on the floor. Won't you know after the body check? I didn't. Tears blurred Tao Yuan's eyes. Don't do this to me, please. He couldn't control his strength and left streaks of red marks on her body. Tao Yuan was in so much pain that she arched her body. Look, you said no, but you still say you're not a woman who says one thing but means another? Lu Li, you bastard. You're not human. You'll go to hell. Scold, continue scolding. Lu Li's eyes were also dyed red. Don't worry, even if I go to hell, I'll drag you with me. I don't want to be with you even if I die. Tao Yuan gritted her teeth and scolded him. That's not up to you to choose. He lowered his head and bit the side of her neck. He bit hard like a vampire, wanting to suck all the blood out of her. Stop, please don't be like this. Lu Li, I beg you. Tao Yuan started to cry. She was really scared. I beg you, don't be like this. You've already sent someone to rape me once, do you want to do it again? This scream made Lu Li's rough movements suddenly stop, and his whole body trembled. It was like a basin of ice water had been poured down, and his whole body turned cold. He couldn't continue. A sense of shame, a sense of guilt, twisted his heart fiercely. Looking at her tearful face, he suddenly felt that he should really go to hell. While he was absent-minded, Tao Yuan fled in a hurry, as if she was afraid that he would catch up and crawled far away. Her face was covered in tears, but the strong sense of humiliation made her so angry that she cursed. B****, people like you won't have a good ending. Let me tell you, doing this will only make me more disgusted with you, and I can't wait for you to die. Don't think of using this method to get me. You can do whatever you want to me, but I won't give in even if I die. Even if I die, I'll divorce you. After saying that, he ran back to the room and slammed the door. Bang! Lu Li sat on the ground dejectedly, and her words still echoed in his ears. You've already sent someone to rape me once, do you want to do it again? He couldn't wait to slap himself. He was too angry just now, and that was why he did such an irrational thing. Now that he thought about it, how despicable did a man have to be to use violence to get a woman? He hated himself like this, but every time she was with other men, it would make him lose control, and he would completely turn into an irrational beast. When he was dating Tao Yanran, he would occasionally feel uncomfortable when she was close to other men, but it wasn't to the extent that he was now. A man's dignity didn't seem to be able to completely explain this loss of control. Could it be love? Lu Li himself was confused. Tao Yanran got Lu Li's location from Ouyang Shira. She dressed up and went to the bar to find him. When she arrived, Lu Li was sitting in a half-open private room drinking, and there were a few women sitting next to him. He didn't care about them, but those women still kept pestering him. She smiled sweetly and walked over. Are these beauties interested in my boyfriend? Several people heard her declare her ownership, and seeing that she was so beautiful, they could only leave unwillingly. Tao Yinran sat down and poured herself a glass of wine. You're still so charming, always surrounded by a bunch of women. Aren't you going to thank me for helping you out? Lu Li drank a lot of wine and he was already dizzy, but he still had a trace of reason and asked in a hoarse voice. Chapter 526. I came to the bar with a few friends. When I saw you here, I asked them to leave first. Why are you drinking alone? Don't you have a good gay friend? Where's Lin Yuqing? Lu Li didn't say anything and took another sip. Tao Yinran guessed that Lu Li's drinking had something to do with Tao Yuan. She was very jealous, but she didn't say anything. As your old friend, I shouldn't ask why you're drinking at this time. I just need to drink with you. Isn't that right? Come, since we've met, I'll drink with you. Lu Li clinked glasses with her. He was about to leave after drinking, but there was one more person to accompany him, so he ordered 2 more bottles of wine. He drank one glass after another, but Tao Yinran only drank a big glass at the beginning. Then she took small sips and observed him quietly. After drinking 2 bottles of wine, Lu Li fell on her shoulder, and a strange sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lu Li had nightmares all night. When he woke up, his head seemed to be torn apart. The pain was terrible and his mind was muddled. He supported his upper body and sat up. He was very tired. He closed his eyes for a long time before he slowly opened them to adapt to the light. In the hotel room, his clothes were neatly folded on the sofa. As for his body, he pulled the quilt and wore only one. Last night he went to the bar after quarreling with Tao Yuan, and then he met Tao Yinran. Lu Li cursed in his heart. Could it be that he and Tao Yinran? Just as he was worrying, Tao Yinran walked in wearing a silk spaghetti strap nightgown. She was holding a glass of orange juice in her hand and smiling. You're awake. Tao Yinran was the kind of sexy woman who wore clothes boldly. When people saw her, they would think of words like seductress and stunner. Lu Li didn't deny that any man who saw Tao Yinran's blood would boil and want to throw himself at her. It was impossible for him to say that he didn't feel anything at all. But strangely at this moment Tao Yuan, who was wearing a set of pure cotton pajamas, appeared in his mind. She guarded against him as if he was a wolf. She wore pajamas with long sleeves and trousers every day like a conservative old lady. But what was even more perverted was him. On one hand he despised her for being old-fashioned and disgusting, but on the other hand he couldn't control the urge to rip her pajamas apart. Tao Yinran walked over, her skirt fluttering. Thirsty? She handed him the orange juice. Lu Li felt like he had a mouthful of sand stuck in his throat. He was extremely thirsty. Just as he was about to reach out, he saw the red lipstick mark on the blanket and retracted his hand. No thank you. Tao Yinran glanced at the lip print and teased. When did you become so pure? We've already slept together and we've exchanged saliva countless times. Do you still mind this? Let's not talk about the past. Last night? Tao Yinran wanted to say something but stopped. Her expression was very ambiguous. I don't think anything happened between us last night. If there was, Lu Li thought that he would have an impression of it. Moreover, he was so drunk that it was questionable whether he had the ability to do it. How do you know that? Are you sure? I was drunk. Most of it was because of drunken sex. But I'm not a normal drunk. Then do you remember that you vomited in the middle? Lu Li thought about it. His head hurt, so he shook his head. You can't remember anything. How do you know if we did it last night? You were very drunk, but after vomiting you will be much more sober. So no matter what happened after that, it is normal. Lu Li frowned and was skeptical. He really wasn't 100% sure about what happened after drinking. Tao Yinran sat on the edge of the bed, her upper body leaning toward him. Almost half of her body was pressed against his. Her eyes were charming and seductive. She moved closer to his ear, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she breathed out faintly. You're better than before. Lu Li froze. At this moment he had a feeling of betraying Tao Yuan. He had never thought of getting back together with Tao Yinran. If they did it, then, the situation would become very complicated. He didn't want to get back together with her, but he didn't want to hurt her either. Just when he didn't know how to answer, Tao Yinran suddenly laughed. I'm just joking. Look at how nervous you are. Are you going to keep your chastity for Tao Yuan? These words were sour, and they were half true and half false. You always like to joke like this. Is it fun? Lu Li was a little annoyed. Tao Yinran had always been like this. She was like a sly fox and people couldn't tell the truth from the lies. Sometimes he was speechless. Didn't you like to joke with me before? What? You can't afford to play now? Tao Yinran blinked innocently and touched his face. Don't be like this, baby. I'm just joking with you. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Oh, I've said that I won't be a mistress. I won't touch a married man. If we want to get back together, the prerequisite is that you and Tao Yuan divorce first. At this point, Tao Yinran didn't say anything more. Just then the doorbell rang, so she went to open the door. After a while she came in with 2 breakfasts. A gourmet breakfast. You like it? You used to eat this every time we stayed in a hotel. Actually, if we are not in a hotel now, I can cook for you. Luli got up and put on a bathrobe. I thought you don't cook? Don't you know? A woman like me will only cook for the man she loves. After I left, I learned how to cook. My cooking skills are comparable to those of a 5-star chef. You have to try some other day. I thought you had left. I thought so, but I can't bear to leave you. Tao Yinran's eyes were a little more serious than before. You don't have to doubt the truth of this sentence. Even a person like me is not completely without truth. It's just that some of the truth is said in a joking tone. When I came back this time, I never thought of looking for you, but fate arranged for us to meet. That night, I kept thinking about you, thinking about our past, a lot of things. Of course, I often thought about those years abroad, but the feeling was different from that night because I was in the same city as you, breathing the same air. The next day, I asked for half a month's leave from the company. I didn't dare to look for you, but I really wanted to meet you. Maybe not seeing you is the best, but a person's heart can't be controlled, and it will become more and more greedy. After seeing you once, I will want to see you a second time, a third time, and then I will fall. Should I not have said such words? Tao Yinran laughed at herself, and her face showed a rare helplessness. Lu Li's heart felt like it had been pierced by a needle. He said nothing and walked into the bathroom in silence. After taking a shower, he sat down to eat breakfast. Tao Yinran looked at the shining man in the sun and asked herself, how could she bear to leave him for 4 years? How could she? However, when she was caught by Tao Yuan, she had no other choice. If Tao Yuan hadn't known that her child was not Lu Li's, the situation would have been completely different now. She had become Mrs. Lu, who was envied by thousands of people, and they would have a perfect family. The strong contrast made Tao Yinran feel angry. Shen Xinhui stole her mother's man, and Tao Yuan stole her man. They were born to be a disaster. If it was her own fault 4 years ago, then she had been punished enough. This time when she came back, she must find the mother and daughter to settle the score. Tao Yinran was already planning a plot in her heart, but it couldn't be seen on her face at all. In front of Lu Li she was less noble and cold, more docile and obedient. Even if she was a cunning fox, she would be willing to become a gentle cat in front of him. How about breakfast? Not bad. Does your head still hurt? Let me massage you? My technique is not bad now. Good technique? Yes, there was a time when my shoulder was not feeling well, so I often went to massage and asked a masseur for some advice. What? Do you think I trained because I often massaged men? Are you jealous? Lu Li really didn't know how to answer her questions, and he couldn't sort out his own heart. I said that in the past few years abroad, I spent all my energy on work and didn't have time to have a boyfriend. This is also true. Yes. Lu Li took a sip of coffee. Tao Yinran felt that these words were clear enough, but Lu Li had been so unmoved, which really made her depressed. It seemed that all her efforts were in vain, and she couldn't get any reaction from him. But she was not discouraged and continued to find a topic. Why did you drink alone last night? Boring. I don't think so. You drank very hard. I'd rather you went to hunt for beauties. Seeing you so drunk, my heart would ache. You didn't drink because you were upset about me, did you? Were you hesitating about whether you should chase me back? One question after another made Lu Li very depressed, and he felt that the coffee was even more bitter. The topic changed. When are you going to leave? Are you asking this because you want me to leave, or because you can't bear for me to leave? Tao Yinran stared at him, her eyes burning. That's your opinion, I can't decide for you. What if I care about your opinion? If someone really can't bear to leave me, maybe I will consider staying? Yinran. Lu Li interrupted her. I'm already engaged. You emphasized it to me before, I know. She nodded nonchalantly and asked back. But does that marriage really mean anything to you? Staying with a woman you don't love, or to be precise, a woman you hate. Aren't you degrading yourself? A few years ago she loved you to death, and now she has a change of heart, let alone you. Don't tell me that when she loved you, you didn't love her. Now that she doesn't love you anymore, you're falling in love with her. You're not that cheap, are you? It has nothing to do with Tao Yuan. But from our point of view, I'm married, so I won't be involved with you. If I remember correctly, young Master Lu, haven't you also been in love these few years, with one Miss Lu after another? That's them, they are meaningless to me, but you are different. Lu Li emphasized. If I have sex with you within our marriage, then it will be disrespectful to you. I don't want to blaspheme you, nor do I want to blaspheme our past. After all, I used to really love you. The word used to was like a needle, piercing straight into Tao Yanran's heart. Her heart suddenly tightened and a dull pain spread out. Her body trembled and her smile froze. What did used to mean? Did it mean that she loved him in the past but no longer love him now? Chapter 527. The word used to made Tao Yanran fall into a strong self-doubt. She tried not to be too sensitive. No, it couldn't be. When they met that day, he was emotional. She saw the fire in his eyes. She couldn't be wrong. He still cared about her. He didn't forget her. She forced a smile. I didn't say anything to you. Didn't I say it? I won't be a third party. I just care about you as a friend. There's no need to be entangled with a person you hate for too long. Divorce is a relief for both of you, isn't it? In that case, even if we are together in the future, you won't betray anyone and you won't blaspheme our feelings. Isn't that good? Why do you want to trap yourself? Whether we will get back together or not is another matter, but your freedom is also very important. Are you willing to be bound by her? Is it because she instigated your father to threaten you with the company so that you can't divorce? Is it like this? Tao Yanran was eager to be so her tone was very anxious, but Lu Li denied it. If I want a divorce, no one can stop me. Then why? She has been dragging you down for 4 years. How long do you want? I don't believe that you don't want a divorce because you have feelings for her. What are you worried about? You tell me or I can help you. It's me who doesn't want a divorce. No one forced me. Lu Li was already very disgusted with this question. He put down his knife and fork. I don't want to discuss my marriage with you anymore. Ali, I'm sorry for troubling you last night. Tao Yanran was naturally very unwilling, but she was a sensible woman after all. Even if she didn't want to, she didn't want Lu Li to be annoyed by her. Today she had expressed her feelings. He also knew that as long as he divorced, she would return to his side. However, he was still unmoved. She didn't understand which step had gone wrong. He just closed his heart to her. This matter couldn't be rushed. Tao Yanran said to herself that a man wouldn't cherish a woman who was too active. She didn't continue to ask. She smiled and helped him take the suit. I've already asked the hotel staff to wash them. Put them on. Where are you going? We're so familiar with each other's bodies. It's just a change of clothes. Is there a need to avoid each other? You're so innocent and cute now. Lu Li didn't say anything. He entered the cloakroom and quickly changed his clothes. Tao Yanran took the initiative to help him tie his tie. Look, I've learned all the things I didn't know how to do in the past. I'm now qualified to be a good wife. He smiled. Whichever man marries me is his fortune. What's the plan for tonight? Are you interested in going on tour with the Royal Ballet of Spain? I'm busy. After Lu Li finished speaking, he arranged his cufflinks and left. He did not even say goodbye to her. The more Tao Yanran thought about it, the more he felt unbalanced. His personality was indifferent, but it should be to outsiders, to Tao Yuan. In the past, when they were dating, he was always passionate and doted on her. But now the difference was too big. She couldn't help but worry. Did he really fall in love with Tao Yuan? After the big fight, Tao Yuan couldn't sleep well that night. But she still had to wake up the next day. Her head was spinning. When she entered the office, a few female employees were gathered together. They were all dressed beautifully. Sister Yuan, you're here. Lin Wei ran over. I just changed my lipstick. Does the color look good? Yeah, it looks good. Are there any important events today? They're all so pretty. Director Huang was transferred away. A new director will be coming in today. Why so sudden? Yeah, Director Huang only received the news yesterday. You weren't in the office, so you didn't know. It's my fault for my bad memory. I forgot to tell you on WeChat last night. Tao Yuan replied, yeah. She didn't take it to heart. It was normal to be transferred. As subordinates, they could only accept it. Lin Wei followed her into the office. She was still touching up her makeup. She kept asking Tao Yuan if her makeup was thick. If I remember correctly, you already have a boyfriend, right? She teased. I'm not trying to hook up with a rich husband. But it's important to leave a good first impression on the new director. How do you know it's a guy? And even if it's a guy, What if it's a bald uncle in his 50s or 60s? That won't happen. Yesterday, Director Huang came back and secretly told us that the new director is handsome and charming. He's young and promising. And his identity is very mysterious. He must be a rich second generation. Tao Yuan shook her head. I'm a little worried for your boyfriend. Hey, don't laugh at me. I might like her, but she might not like me. It's 9 o'clock. We have to wait at the elevator. Several groups of people met at the elevator entrance and lined up in 2 neat rows. Tao Yuan stood at the front. A few young female employees chattered excitedly. Tao Yuan gave them a look and they all stopped talking. Ding, the elevator door opened. A pair of long legs stepped out. Gasps could be heard all around. Tao Yuan had a smile on her face. But at that moment her smile completely froze. She was petrified. Ouyang Shuo? How could it be him? An uneasy feeling immediately surrounded Tao Yuan. She froze there. Only when Lin Wei secretly nudged her with her arm did she realize that Ouyang Shuo was standing right in front of her. This beautiful lady must be Manager Tao. Nice to meet you. Ouyang Shuo reached out his hand. The hands in front of her were white and clean. Obviously he had not suffered much. Looking at Ouyang Shuo's appearance, it was obvious that he was the son of a wealthy family. That's why he's so unruly? Collecting herself, Tao Yuan pretended to be meeting him for the first time. She smiled and reached out her hand. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. His fingers slid across Tao Yuan's palm. An electric current was triggered. Ouyang Shuo's smile deepened. It was a little mischievous. When he turned around to shake hands with the others, Tao Yuan secretly frowned. After a simple welcoming ceremony, Tao Yuan hid in her office. Lin Wei came in with 2 boxes of macarons. Sister Yuan, why aren't you eating? The director bought this for everyone. It's super delicious, but it's very expensive. I've had breakfast. I don't have an appetite. You can have my share. Ha, then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Wei asked while eating. Do you have some bad blood with Director Ouyang? No, I don't know him. Really? But I think you're hostile towards him. Others might not be able to tell, but I've worked for you for a few years. I can feel that you dislike him. You're overthinking it. No. The more you deny it, the more I think it's true. By the way, the director is so handsome. Can you really be angry at such a handsome face? Is he handsome? Don't you think he looks creepy? His skin is so white it's sickly. Don't you know that this kind of look is popular now? 2 years ago the vampire series was so popular. They all looked like this. The director came from overseas after all. His facial features are very distinct and his temperament is very different. He's very gentlemanly. What's his background? I'm not sure. All I know is that he was born and raised in England. He's 27 this year and graduated from Oxford University. Do you think he's from a noble background? He looks exactly like the nobles in Downton Abbey. How does he look like a noble? I think he looks more like a vampire. You think he looks like a vampire too, right? I really want to be bitten by him. Tao Yuan was speechless at this world that only cared about appearances. Now it's not just our department. The entire hotel is talking about him. They say he's the only man with the charm to rival the CEO. He's the best of the best. None of them are good people. They're all snakes and rats. Tao Yuan mumbled softly. What did you say? Nothing. All right, help me pass this document to him. Isn't this very important? Isn't it better for you to pass it to him personally? I don't have time. Hurry up and go. Oh, Lin Wei pouted, picked up the document and left. With Lu Li at home and Ouyang Shuo in the company, Tao Yuan was surrounded by enemies on all sides. She felt like killing herself at any moment. Lu Li had already made her life miserable. Why did God send Ouyang Shuo to torture her? Was he really not satisfied until he killed her? The scene of Ouyang Shuo kissing her kept flashing in her mind. Tao Yuan couldn't concentrate on her work. She was in a daze the whole morning. In the afternoon, she decided that she couldn't let those unimportant people affect her mood anymore. She had to pull herself together. She went to the pantry to make some coffee. After a while she spaced out. What are you thinking about? Tao Yuan was startled and turned around. Ouyang Shuo's body pressed against hers. What are you doing? This is the company. Don't mess around. You. He took the coffee beans from her head and waved them in front of her. I'm just taking something. Why are you so nervous? Are you always so nervous at work? Or are you afraid of me? I don't think I'm that scary to make you so scared. His voice was elegant and gorgeous Cockney. Ouyang Shuo took the coffee beans and walked to the side. He was only wearing a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a section of his slender arms. He looked a little lazy and elegant, just like a dissolute young master. But looking at the way he made the coffee, Tao Yuan really had the illusion that he was from a noble family. He was a ruffian and a robber. How could he be a noble? Are you avoiding me? He suddenly asked. No. Do I have to? I don't think it's worth it. But you just give me that feeling. I treated everyone to breakfast this morning. You hid in the office and asked your subordinates to send the documents. You didn't come for lunch either. This is the third time. I don't think it's my illusion. He turned his head and smiled at her. After all, my intuition is very accurate. Men nowadays also had intuition? Why didn't he just say it was a sixth sense? Tao Yuan twitched her mouth. Chapter 528. Oh, I hope I overestimated you. Otherwise, if you hold a grudge against me, it will be hard for us to carry on with our work. He was good at acting, but did she not know how to act? Tao Yuan smiled calmly. You're thinking too much. We don't have any grudges, why would I hold a grudge against you? That's for the best. I'm going to work now, bye. Tao Yuan escaped from the pantry, but she could still feel the eyes staring at her. She then realized that she had been holding her breath the whole time. The feeling that Ouyang Shua gave him was that he was unpredictable, eccentric, and a very sinister person. In short, he was inseparable from the word sinister. It gave him goosebumps all over his body and made him feel very uncomfortable. Working in the same department, it was inevitable that they would bump into each other. Once they bumped into each other, Tao Yuan quickly lowered her head and pretended to read some documents. She went left and so did Ouyang Shua. She went right and so did Ouyang Shua. This happened a few times and she was sure that he was doing it on purpose. When she looked up, she saw a pair of teasing eyes. Other women would probably find him breathtakingly handsome, but she only had one feeling, and that was that she hated him. What a coincidence. Tao Yuan laughed and tried to pass through the empty space on his right, but Ouyang Shua moved to the right and she bumped into his chest. She furrowed her brows and glared at him, lowering her voice as she asked. What's the point? I can only say that we are telepathic and want to go the same way. I think you're playing a trick on me. Why would I play a trick on you? How would I know? It's probably because I'm bored. Tao Yuan pushed him away and ran back to the office. After a while, Lin Wei ran in happily. Sister Yuan, the director is treating us to dinner tonight. Are you coming? Treating us again? Hasn't he been treating us for 3 days already? Does he have too much money to spend? That's even better, we can get a free meal. The director was very generous. Every time it was a 5-star restaurant. A meal cost tens of thousands. Their family must be very rich. The suits and bags I saw were either custom-made or limited edition luxury goods. They have very high taste, not the nouveau riche kind but the real rich people. Tao Yuan thought to herself, maybe he got his money through dishonest means. Anyway, he doesn't look like a good person. You didn't go the last few times. You should go tonight, right? Not interested. Lin Wei pouted. Is that necessary? Even if you have a problem with the director, you shouldn't have a problem with the food. Wasn't there a saying? Only good food and love cannot be let down. Firstly, Tao Yuan was not a foodie. Secondly, in front of Ouyang Shua, no matter how delicious the food was, it was hard to swallow, okay. As soon as she thought of his smiling face, Tao Yuan felt a chill run down her spine. Are you really not going? I'm not going. Sister Yuan, it's not good for you to be like this. Everyone can see that you have a problem with the new director. Is it that obvious? Tao Yuan felt that she had already been very tolerant in front of others. Unusual, obvious. They are all guessing that the director and you are old lovers, otherwise, there is no need to make things so awkward. Old lovers? Tao Yuan wanted to laugh. Do you think I would like that kind of person? See, you still want to deny it? One sentence and I can tell how much you dislike the director. The director is so handsome, so rich, which girl wouldn't like him? The hotel forum has already set up a fan club for him, and from what I know, more than 20 girls have already confessed to him. Tao Yuan shook her head as she listened. I am speechless about this society that only cares about looks. Compared to looks and money, character is more important, isn't it? Lin Wei blinked her eyes. But the director has a very noble character. Tao Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Noble? How did you associate this word with him? Don't you think that the word sinister is written all over his face? I don't think so, Tao Yuan said earnestly. Young lady, you are still young, you don't know how sinister people can be. Treating you to a few meals doesn't mean that the person is noble, maybe he is planning to fatten you up and sell you. Ouyang Shua is definitely not a simple person, don't trust him too much. Lin Wei thought for a moment, then answered seriously. I don't know what kind of person he is. But Sister Yuan, this is the first time you have such prejudice against someone, I am starting to believe that you two are old lovers. Tao Yuan wanted to vomit blood. Fine, your heart is already completely on his side, nothing I say will change anything, hurry up and go to work. Then tonight, you really won't go? I won't sell myself for a meal. When it was time to get off work, all the department staff went to eat together. Tao Yuan purposely dawdled for 10 minutes before leaving her alone. She didn't even dare to go home these few days after quarreling with Lu Li, so she stayed at Pan Chi's place. Just as she walked out of the building, a sports car ran towards her. She was shocked and froze on the spot. The sports car braked and stopped less than 2 steps in front of her. She was annoyed when she came back to her senses. What the hell are you doing? Seeing that you are so distracted, I am helping you return your soul. Ouyang Shua joked. Then should she still thank him? Tao Yuan really found him annoying no matter how she looked at him. Get in the car. No need, I can go home myself. You didn't drive here today. I will flag a taxi in front. It's not good to flag a taxi at this time. Then I will take the bus. The bus is so crowded, why do you have to suffer? We have different understandings of suffering. In other words, Tao Yuan was implying that being with him was the real torture. We are all colleagues, there is no need to be hostile the moment we meet. Get in the car, I have something important to talk to you about. Seeing that he looked quite serious, Tao Yuan hesitated for a moment, got in the car and gave him an address. You are not going back to the Lu family? Are you separated from your husband? If the important thing you are talking about is to pry into my privacy, please let me off the car in front. She replied coldly. Okay. I shouldn't have exposed your scars, it is my fault. He shrugged his shoulders. Hearing that, Tao Yuan felt even more uncomfortable. Didn't you go to dinner with everyone? Why are you here? The person I really want to invite doesn't even give me face, so why do I have to go? No matter what, I have invited you 3 times, can't you do me the favor once? You are too heartless. I am not interested in dinner parties. But as far as I know, you have basically attended every department dinner party in the past 2 years. Now you are continuously absent, obviously to avoid me. I want to ask you, do you think this will help the progress of the work? Before Director Huang left, she emphasized to me that you are her most capable assistant, so we have to cooperate well. In other words, I need your help. Ouyang Shua's words were quite sincere. But this was not enough to move Tao Yuan, she still replied with a hint of sarcasm. You think too highly of me, a man as talented as you, why would he need my help? Listen to yourself, you are so sour, is this kind of attitude suitable to talk to your boss? Teamwork is all about teamwork. No matter how good I am, I can't turn the tables if I fight alone. After these few days of observation, Director Huang is indeed right, I admire your ability, I hope you can cooperate with me. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. Ouyang Shua's words were reasonable. Tao Yuan's expression softened a little. We are all staff of the hotel, we are all for the good of the hotel, if there is anything you need me to do, I will do my best. But I can't even see you now, how are you going to help me? When Ouyang Shua laughed, his London accent became heavier, even his laughter was as elegant as music, Tao Yuan's heart trembled. At the same time it was a little strange, didn't he just come back to China? Why was his Chinese accent so good? The 2 completely different accents mixed together, there was a different kind of charm. We are all in the same department, we see each other all the time, where can I hide? But the feeling you give me is that you have been avoiding me, I can't even have a good talk with you. Without communication, how can we cooperate? Do we rely on telepathy? His words were not framing her, Tao Yuan knew that she had been too self-willed these few days, putting her personal grievances before work. She had always been a person who was clear about work, everything was work first, probably because Ouyang Shua left too big a shadow in her, that was why she was so abnormal. It was time for him to calm down and focus on work. And the best way was to say everything clearly in front of him. Okay, I am avoiding you, I can't be as magnanimous as you, pretending that the past never happened. Hee, after holding it in for 4 days you finally can't take it anymore. It was all a misunderstanding before, just take it as my fault, okay? Ouyang Shua had a magnanimous expression on his face, but his words sounded like they were asking for a beating in Tao Yuan's ears, so she immediately retorted. What do you mean take it as your fault? It was your fault in the first place. I said I misunderstood your identity. At that time, you were still the customer service team leader. I didn't expect you to suddenly become the project manager. Let's talk about myself. I didn't even think about working at Wilton Hotel. It was all a coincidence. Tao Yuan shook her head. I don't believe in coincidences, I prefer to believe in conspiracies, human arrangements. You mean I came to work at Wilton Hotel because of you? I didn't know that you are so confident in yourself. Maybe someone is just that bored. Perhaps you had planned this even earlier. Ouyang Shua was amused. Do you have persecutory delusions? It was not to the extent of persecutory delusions, but too many things had happened recently. Tao Yuan could be said to be struggling now, so she was more cautious about everything. She never believed that there would be pies falling from the sky. Even if there was, it would be falling into a trap, and she was always the unluckiest one to fall into it. Moreover, Ouyang Shua gave her the feeling that he was up to no good, so it was natural for her to be wary of him. There is an old saying in China, don't have the heart to harm others but don't have the heart to guard against others. You kissed me forcefully and what you did at the dinner party really made me think too much. It's right for a girl to have safety awareness, but it's not good to be too vigilant. If you treat everyone as your enemy, it won't be easy for you to live. Chapter 529. Then what is the possibility of letting bygones be bygones? How long will it take for you to eliminate your suspicions about me? I'm afraid it's not a matter of time. Okay, then let's take it slow. I've already apologized for my previous offense. Can you pretend that nothing happened? Tao Yuan thought about it seriously. I'll try not to let it affect my work. Does this mean that you won't hide from me in the company in the future? You won't even dare to enter my office and let your assistant convey everything? Although your assistant is a feast for the eyes, I prefer direct contact. My assistant has a boyfriend and she's a good girl. What do you mean by that? Are you afraid that a bad man like me will have designs on her? Ouyang Shua teased. No matter how I look at it, she seems to have designs on me. The way she looks at me, there's a phrase called drooling. She has just entered society and is naive. She doesn't know how to distinguish between good and bad, and is easily bewitched. Do you know what you look like? Ouyang Shua glanced at her and smiled. Like a rose with thorns, full of thorns. Then are you asking for a prick? A woman with thorns has a different kind of charm. I like it. Oh, so you're saying that you're immoral and you're asking for a prick? Has anyone ever told you that you're especially cute when you have a sharp tongue? Ouyang Shua touched his lips and revealed a typical playboy smirk. His words were meaningful and he harbored evil intentions. I admire a woman like you who dares to speak. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not interested in winning your favor. It seems that you still have a prejudice against me. We need to interact more in order to clear up the misunderstanding. Let's start now. Ouyang Shua turned around and parked the car by the roadside. I'll treat you to dinner as an apology. Tao Yuan refused to get out of the car. I didn't say that I want to eat with you. Since we've agreed to bury the hatchet, then of course we'll start immediately. Don't worry, it's just a meal, I won't get pregnant. As he got out of the car, Tao Yuan felt that it was meaningless to continue sitting in the car, so she had to get out as well. The whole street was full of restaurants, both Chinese and Western. Tao Yuan asked, "What do you want to eat? I heard that you've been in England for a long time, so you should be used to Western food. You know me so well? It seems like you pay a lot of attention to me in private." The corner of Tao Yuan's mouth twitched coldly. I don't need to investigate. Someone will naturally report to me about your situation. Don't you know that you're the focus of the entire department? I'm used to it. Ouyang Shua shrugged. I receive dozens of confessions from strange women every day, and some of them are so mushy that I can't stand it. I'm thinking about changing to a private number. From Tao Yuan's point of view, there was only one sentence. Sluts were hypocritical. Although he said it as if he was annoyed, he was actually very proud of himself, right? He looked like a shallow man who enjoyed being pursued by women. He changed the topic. Are you used to Chinese food? No problem. I've always liked Chinese food and women. I feel that Eastern women are especially charming. He touched his lips as if he was savoring a wonderful taste. He enjoyed it very much. The color of his pupils, which were like stars in the sky, became even more dazzling. A layer of goosebumps appeared on Tao Yuan's back. His eyes were always so passionate and undisguised. When he looked at others, he would always stare straight at them. his dark and deep pupils seemed to be able to suck people in. In order to end it as soon as possible, Tao Yuan chose a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant. She glanced at the menu. "Is there still set number 3? There was no response. Tao Yuan looked up and found that the waitress was infatuated with Ouyang Shura. She did not even blink. She asked again. "Is there still set number 3? Oh, braised pork ribs with rice and old fire soup? Yes, there is. Then I'll have one. What do you want?" When the young lady asked Ouyang Shura, her face was flushed and she did not dare to look him in the eye. "Same as her." "Okay, wait a moment." Tao Yuan shook her head speechlessly. She had completely lost hope in this good-looking society. She often encountered the situation just now when she went out with Lu Li. Both of them were the type that attracted women. Lu Li was noble and arrogant, with a kind of cold charm. Ouyang Shua, on the other hand, was evil and wild, with a kind of mysterious charm. Two completely different temperaments, but both were outstanding. When the light dyed his face with a faint layer of gold, Tao Yuan suddenly felt that Ouyang Shua and Lu Li's silhouettes were somewhat similar. But when she looked closely, it was completely different. Their facial features were clearly different. She must have been hallucinating because of the lack of oxygen in her brain. "You keep looking at me. Do you think that I'm better looking than your husband?" "You're not. There's nothing to compare with him." The only similarity was that both of them were so repulsive. "Why did you order the same set meal as me?" "Why not? Do you want to exchange food with me?" "That's not impossible. Anyway, we've already exchanged saliva." Tao Yuan made a stop gesture. "No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Speaking of this, I thought of a joke. There was a man who had a crush on a female colleague. One day, when he was eating noodles, the female colleague used his chopsticks to take a bite. He was very happy and thought that the female colleague liked him, so she used the same pair of chopsticks as him. But the next day, he found out that the female colleague treated another man the same way. Only then did he know that she didn't like him, but was a foodie. 3 black lines appeared on Tao Yuan's forehead, and the corner of her mouth twitched. "Can you be a little more funny?" "Isn't it funny?" "It's okay. Anyway, I just wanted to ease the atmosphere." "Actually, you don't have to suffer. No matter how you act like an ordinary person, in my heart, you're still a dangerous person. It's just a kiss. Do you have to be so scared? I can't help but wonder if I've offended you in the past. Is that why you're so afraid of me?" This was also what puzzled Tao Yuan. They had never met before, but from the moment he appeared, he gave her a very scary feeling. She rejected him from the bottom of her heart as if she had a trauma. When he stared into her eyes and asked this question, she felt a familiar fear slowly spread from her waist, and her whole body turned cold. "What are you thinking about?" "No, nothing." Tao Yuan drank a mouthful of water. "Maybe you offended me in your previous life. Maybe we were lovers in our previous life." He was really shameless to a certain extent. As soon as the meal was served, Tao Yuan refused to talk to Ouyang Shua with the reason of not talking when eating and not talking when sleeping. Finally, they had a peaceful meal. On the way back, Ouyang Shua asked, "It's still early. Let's have a drink and chat? I have to go home and work overtime." "You're even busier than me, the director." Tao Yuan teased. "I can't help it. It's easy to be a leader, but the people below us are not so lucky. You can't get promoted and get a raise just by lowering your head. It's also important to have a good relationship with the leader." "I'm not the kind of person who knows how to flatter." "That's a pity. With your ability, you can totally take my position. Climb fast, fall hard. It's better to take every step steadily. Maybe it's a slower climb, but at least it's steady. I refuse to deal with the flesh and clean the shoes of the leader. Women are too strong. It's very tiring. But it's more tiring for women not to be strong. Men are even more unreliable. In the end, they can only rely on themselves." These few words of hers had evoked Ouyang Shua's feelings of pity. Over the years, there were too many women around him. They either fancied his looks or fancied his money. In any case, they only thought about how to please him and take advantage of him. Bags, jewelry, houses, and cars. Wasn't that what women wanted? To put it bluntly, it was a trade of power and sex. Each took what he needed. It was a very simple thing. But Tao Yuan's way of thinking was different from other women. He really appreciated people who relied on themselves. Because he himself was one, he understood the hardships. For women, it was even more difficult to rely on their own strength to stand firm in this male-dominated society. Her thorns were also forced out. It was a way to protect herself. "Why are you suddenly silent?" she asked. Because I'm so touched by you that I can't speak. What's there to be touched about? In this world, only a few people have an easy life. Most people have a hard life. In the end, she couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Of course, someone like you who was born with a silver spoon in your mouth wouldn't understand. Ouyang Shua just smiled. Everyone had their own bitterness. He didn't have an easy life at all, but he wouldn't open his wounds to anyone. That would be meaningless. The car stopped at the traffic light. The heater in the car was turned on. It was so hot that Tao Yuan's cheeks were burning. She felt a little stuffy and it was hard for her to breathe. Tao Yuan rolled down the window. At the same time, the window of the car beside her also rolled down. The man's cold and distinct side profile was reflected in her eyes. Coincidentally, he also looked over. Tao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. A phrase appeared in her mind, meeting on a narrow road. In front of the traffic light, two cars were parked. A black Jaguar and a Lamborghini. The windows of both cars were rolled down at the same time. The man in the driver's seat of the Jaguar and the woman in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini stared at each other. Tao Yuan didn't believe in fate in the past. But at this moment she did. There were thousands of traffic lights in Motu City. Why did they have to meet here? From Lu Li's surprised gaze, she could tell that this was a coincidence. He wasn't following her. There was a beauty sitting in the passenger seat, but it wasn't Tao Yanran. She was also a model. She had accidentally flipped through a magazine before. A mixed-race model. She was very beautiful. She smiled to please him, even though his face was cold and he wasn't listening to her at all. And in the driver's seat of her car was a man. This feeling was like a couple having an affair at the same time and then bumped into each other. It was a 1 in a million chance. But it happened at this crossroad. Tao Yuan thought that Lu Li would fly into a rage and rush out of the car to settle the score with her. But he didn't. His gaze was very cold and deep. It was so deep that she couldn't understand it. It was as though under that dark color, there was a hidden turbulence. There was a kind of emotion beating inside. Chapter 530. The green light turned green. Lu Li looked away, started the car and drove away. There was a chill in the air. Tao Yuan seemed to have walked on the edge of life and death. She took a deep breath. Just now, she had been holding her breath and almost suffocated. Not feeling well? Ouyang Shua asked. Why is your face so pale? No, nothing. Tao Yuan quickly rolled up the car window. She was still in shock. Let's go. Are you sure you are not feeling well? Yes, I am fine. Just a little stuffy because the air conditioner was too hot. Just drop me off at the intersection and I will walk back. Okay. Ouyang Shua did not force her. After letting her off the car, he stopped her. You will not hide from me in the company tomorrow, right? Tao Yuan was stunned for a moment and then answered seriously. Business is business, private is private. I will not let personal factors affect my work. Ouyang Shua drove around aimlessly on the road and then returned to the international apartment specially prepared for him by that person. The location was in the most prosperous area in the city center and also the most expensive area in the whole Motu city. A compound house of more than 200 square meters cost tens of millions. His apartment was located on the top floor, directly facing the bright river view, giving him a vast view. But could this make up for him? Haha, some mistakes could not be made up for in a lifetime. Ouyang Shua held a glass of red wine and enjoyed the river breeze. Many memories floated in his mind. Who would have thought that the poor guy who lived at the bottom of society could live in the most expensive apartment in the city and enjoy such a luxurious view? But all of this was not given to him by that person. He relied on himself. In this world he could not trust anyone. He could only rely on himself. On this point he and Tao Yuan had the same theory. Only by relying on himself could he have a sense of security. Ring, ring, ring. The ringing of the phone interrupted his thoughts and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. What can I do for you? I called you just now, why didn't you answer? Are you avoiding me? The woman's rude voice made him a little impatient, but his tone was as gentle as ever. No. Then why didn't you answer the phone? Are you with Tao Yuan? Yes. You're finally moving. But why didn't you inform me? I could have brought Lu Li to catch the adulterers. She's very vigilant now, especially towards me. She's even more on guard. If it's too fast she'll notice. I have to give her some buffer time. Do you really think so? The other party was skeptical. Don't tell me you have selfish motives and want to spend some alone time with her? He asked, amused. Why would I do something so boring? One night as husband and wife means 100 days of love. You're her first man, maybe you have feelings for her. She doesn't even have enough time to hate me. How could she thank you? She doesn't know it's you. Be careful, don't let the cat out of the bag. You don't need to emphasize it to me. Are you still worried about me? Ouyang Shura took a sip of red wine indifferently, but his eyes were calm and deep. He was a very shrewd man. In the past, his opponents most often described him as sinister. Ah, he liked this word. You're in the same department as her now, so you have plenty of opportunities. Take advantage of them. I'll also seize the opportunity on my side. As long as we cooperate well, we can definitely break them up. Ouyang Shua hung up the phone and couldn't help thinking that women were indeed the most sinister creatures in the world, especially Tao Yanran. She was like a snake, beautiful but very dangerous and could kill the other party at any time. However, it was precisely because of this that this game was more interesting. Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan? He thought about the name between his lips and teeth. To be honest, he had a very good impression of her, and he admired this tenacious woman. It was a pity that she was his prey, and he would not be soft-hearted towards her. Another phone call came in. Ouyang Shua glanced at the number. At the same time, his eyes became gloomy, but the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Are you busy? The man on the other side of the phone asked carefully. I just arrived at the apartment you gave me. Boss Lu, you're really generous to give me such a big gift. What are you talking about? The Lu family's money is also yours. Compared to what I owe you, this apartment is nothing. I'll try my best to make it up to you. Oh really? What if I say that I want the position of the president of Lu Enterprises? The man was silent. Sure, he laughed mockingly. Don't be nervous, I'm not interested in the president of Lu Enterprises or the Lu family's money at all. Don't say that. You also have the right to inherit, maybe in the future. Whether in the future or now, I don't want it. There are some things that can't be made up with money. That's all. Ouyang Shua hung up the phone and his eyes fell on the dim screen. His beautiful side profile exuded a cold aura. However, there seemed to be some sadness in that coldness and mockery. When Tao Yuan got home, she was exhausted and directly fell on the sofa. Are you tired from work? Every time you come back you look like a dead dog. Pan Chi asked. I'm not tired from work, but tired from heart. Well, then you might as well resign. That's easy for you to say. How can I make a living if I resign? Live on air? Or will you support me? Pan Chi answered generously. I will support you, no problem. Hurry up and marry Lu Li. Let's go abroad and register our marriage. I will support you for the rest of your life. Okay, you said it, don't go back on your words. Tao Yuan had just laid down for a while when her phone rang. Seeing that it was Lu Li's number, she directly cut it off. Less than 2 seconds later, the phone rang again and she still hung up. She knew that this would annoy him, but she was really not in the mood to deal with him. She just wanted to be a coward. After several rejections, she simply turned off the phone, and the world became quiet. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. The security guard came to ring the doorbell. Miss Tao? Mr. Lu is waiting for you downstairs. He wants you to go down. Tell him that I don't want to see him. Tao Yuan immediately wanted to close the door, but the security guard stopped her. He said that if you don't go down he will come straight up, and then everyone will be even more embarrassed. The security guard was the one from last time. He knew about their relationship and said awkwardly. Actually, it's normal for a married couple to quarrel. There's no need to run away from home so easily. You are making things difficult for us too. Tao Yuan was speechless. Isn't it your duty to protect the safety of the residents and prevent them from being harassed? Yes, but Mr. Lu doesn't look like someone to be trifled with. I don't want to lose my job. The security guard laughed awkwardly. Just take it that you are pitying me and hurry down. To prevent him from making a scene, Tao Yuan had to go downstairs. From afar she saw Lu Li's Jaguar parked under a tree. One of his hands was on the window, and between his index and middle fingers was a cigarette. The sparks were flashing and white smoke was coming out. She walked over reluctantly. What do you want now? Her tone was very impatient. Lu Li sat in the driver's seat and slowly turned his head to look at her. His gaze was meaningful, but he did not speak. She felt uncomfortable under the stare of his eyes. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm going up. He still did not speak, and the emotions in his eyes were hard to read. She turned to leave, but he grabbed her wrist. I don't have time to talk in riddles with you. If you don't want to talk, then let me go. You are too impatient. I am impatient? You are the one who asked me to come down without saying anything. Who wants to waste time with you? I'm not in the mood to quarrel with you. Lu Li let go of her hand and got out of the car. He smoked in silence for a while and slowly puffed out the smoke from his nose. Do you have to be so hostile every time we meet? Do you ever have time to talk properly? You suddenly came downstairs to force me to meet you. How can I talk properly with you? I called you more than 10 times. It's my freedom to answer the phone or not. Shouldn't you be busy with bed sheets now? It's not good to leave your new lover and come here, right? I did not expect that the person sitting in the passenger seat was not Tao Yanran. What? Have you lost interest in her? Or have your appetite gotten bigger and she can't satisfy you alone? It seems that she might not be able to hold on to her position as Mrs. Liu in the future. I'm worried for her. Her sharp and unkind words made Lu Li very uncomfortable. He had already controlled his temper, but why was she still so unforgiving? She probably could not imagine that he was looking for other women just to prove to himself that he did not love her. Other than her, Tao Yuan, he would have done the same with other women. But the result disappointed him. The model's looks and figure were all in line with his taste, but he just could not arouse his interest. He did not even have the urge to go to the hotel, so he sent her back after hastily finishing dinner. But who knew that they would bump into each other at the traffic lights and she was with a stranger? At that moment, the jar of jealousy in his heart was overturned. But because of this kind of thing they had argued too many times. He did not want to argue with her anymore, so he held back his anger. But she was better than anyone else. She was more arrogant than anyone else, and the first thing she said was so harsh. How could he not be angry? Whether it was the fact that Tao Yuan was with another man or her current attitude, Lu Li was very unhappy in his heart. But he still controlled his temper. Who is that man? He tried to use his calmest voice to ask. Adulterer. You already know the answer in your heart, so why ask me? I did not say that. But that is what you think in your heart. As long as any man appears around me, you will think that I have slept with him, isn't that right? If it was like what you said, would I ask you? Speak properly. Tao Yuan took a deep breath. The new director, we just had a meal together, that's all. Really? You see, you don't believe me at all. That is why you are asking this. She was so stupid. For a second just now, she actually hoped that he would listen to her seriously. However, just when Tao Yuan was feeling disappointed, she heard him say, I believe you. This time, it was her turn to be surprised, as if she could not understand his words. She was stunned. I did not come here to quarrel with you, and I do not hate you as much as you think, although I really want to. But I can't really hate you, which is why I can't divorce you. Lu Li finally said what he had been holding in his heart for a long time. I have tried my best to think of you as an unbearable woman, but in my heart, there is always a voice saying that you are not like that. Chapter 531. For a moment, all kinds of feelings hit her heart, and Tao Yuan squeezed out a sentence after a long time. Is there something wrong with your head? Lu Li was speechless. I don't want to hear this sentence when I talk to you calmly. But think about your attitude towards me before. Isn't it normal to make a big fuss? I said I'm already very tired and I don't want to do that kind of quarrel again. He had made the same mistake again and again on the same matter, and he didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Although her involvement with other men still made him jealous, he didn't want to solve it in the stupidest way. Do you think you can believe what you said? You have an unpredictable personality and do whatever you want. You think this way now, but maybe you will have a different attitude the next second. I dare not have any hope for you. Lu Li had controlled his temper well enough. He didn't expect her to be moved to tears, but her current reaction was not what he wanted, and he couldn't help frowning. In your eyes, am I so bad? How do I know if this is your plan? Didn't you spend a lot of effort to please me before and even sent me flowers? But the next day you ran away with Tao Yanran. People give a slap and then give a candy, but you give a few candies and then slap me hard. You played this trick once and I won't fall for it again. The truth was in front of him and Lu Li couldn't refute it. Even if his original intention was not like that, she had already made up her mind. He had nothing to explain and just said, this time is different from last time. Your credibility with me is equal to 0, and I won't believe anything you say. Tao Yuan reminded herself not to be fooled by his fake sincerity and honeyed words. The pain from last time was still deeply engraved in her body, reminding her not to believe this man. She was stupid last time, and if she was fooled a second time she would be hopeless. She didn't want to die in his hands. The smell of gunpowder began to spread between them again. Lu Li thought that maybe he was too hasty. Okay, let's not talk so far now. Since you don't believe it, let time prove it. You've been living here for a while. When are you going home? As long as you are here, I won't go back. Do you want to hide forever? The corner of Tao Yuan's mouth twitched in mockery. I don't think you'll spend the rest of your life on me. Do you need me to remind you that your sister can't keep her mouth shut? If Tao Yinran finds out that you live with me, you'll be in trouble. Lu Li wanted to say that he didn't care whether Tao Yinran knew or not. He had no intention of reconciling with her. However, Tao Yuan's attitude made him angry, so he swallowed his words. That's between me and her. That's your problem, but my house is occupied by you, so I'm innocently involved. Actually, it's not difficult for you to prove that you don't hate me. Just get a divorce. Forget it. Lu Li refused without hesitation. In case they were going to argue again, he had to take a step back. If you don't want to see me at home, then I'll try not to go back. Can you move back? He took out the key and handed it to her. I'll return the house to you, okay? Tao Yuan looked suspicious. When did he become so easy to talk to? What was he planning? Don't look at me like that. I'm not a schemer. Bad people don't always have the words "I'm a bad person" written on their faces. Although Tao Yuan said so, she still took the key back. You'd better do what you say. She turned around and went upstairs. Lu Li stood there and smoked a few more cigarettes. This woman didn't even look at him when she left. The car drove into the neighborhood. Tao Yuan first called home, but no one answered, so she drove the car into the underground parking lot. The living room was dark, but it didn't mean it was safe. She turned on the lights and checked the whole house inside and out. She even opened the wardrobes one by one. She was relieved when she was sure that there was no one. Then she laughed at herself for being too nervous. But there was nothing she could do. After living under pressure for so long, it was hard not to be paranoid. She cooked a simple bowl of noodles and thought about how to return Lu Li's clothes and shoes to him. Maybe she should ask the courier to deliver them to his office. She didn't know if he would go crazy. Although the things were dead, Lu Li was alive. As long as his luggage was still on this day, she felt that he was haunting her and uneasy. Ding dong, ding dong. Tao Yuan looked out through the peephole nervously. There was no one. She felt a little strange. Did someone press the wrong doorbell? Just when she was about to go back to eat the noodles, the doorbell rang again. She looked outside again. There was still no one. What the hell? She opened the door a little and a hand immediately held the door. It was like a ghost movie, which scared her. Lu Li's face was full of pride. Why are you so timid? Are you crazy? Is it fun to scare people? The man nodded. It's fun to scare you. Tao Yuan hurriedly closed the door after she came back to her senses. But it was too late. Lu Li used his foot to block the door. She pushed it a few times, but it didn't close. Take your foot out or I won't be polite. I won't pay if it breaks. Do you hear me? She used so much force that the shoe, which was worth tens of thousands of yuan, was deformed. But he was still unmoved. He looked at her with a playful expression, as if he had angered a little pet. He found it very interesting. Hey you can bear to murder your husband? Lu Li smiled charmingly. Tao Yuan gritted her teeth. I want to throw you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. You are lying. Can I go in? You can't. He replied with an "oh," then pushed the door open easily with his long arm and walked in without any hesitation. Tao Yuan was pushed back a few steps and glared at him angrily. What's wrong with you? Didn't you return the key to me? Well, otherwise why would I need to knock on the door? He gave her a haughty look. Tao Yuan was speechless to the extreme. You said you wouldn't come and harass me. Men were all liars, especially him. She shouldn't believe a single punctuation mark in his words. You don't keep your word. I said yesterday that I don't live here, but that doesn't mean I can't come. You're obviously quibbling. So what? All is fair in war. I'm already here. What can you do to me? Tao Yuan couldn't squeeze out a word for a long time. Her face was red and she stomped her feet. Then you stay, I'll go. Do you have to be so incompatible? I'm not here to make trouble for you. Lu Li looked at the half-eaten noodles on the table. It's so pitiful to eat tomato noodles to celebrate the first day of getting back the house. Do you want me to treat you to a meal? No need, I can't eat with you around. As long as you don't make things difficult for me, I'll be happy even if I have to go hungry. She gritted her teeth and was about to leave with her bag, but Lu Li grabbed her wrist. This time he knew how to control his strength. He only used a little force with his fingers and didn't hurt her at all. Seeing that he was looking at her fingers, Tao Yuan didn't know what he was up to, so she twisted her wrist twice. Can you let go of me? She had a pair of beautiful hands, fair and slender, and her nails were like crystal clear pearls. But, where's the ring? What ring? The wedding ring. He had never seen her wear it before. Seeing how he said it so naturally, Tao Yuan rolled her eyes 10,000 times in her heart. There's no wedding, do you think there'll be a wedding ring? You sound very sad. Then I'll add another one. Add a wedding ring? It was simply baffling. It was better if he didn't say it. The more he said, the more ironic Tao Yuan felt, and the corner of her mouth twitched coldly. You didn't buy a ring when you got married, and you only bought one when you're about to get divorced. Are you kidding me? No one said I'm going to divorce you. Why did you buy a ring for no reason? I don't like it when it's so smooth. I didn't grow a pair of hands for you to look at. Can you let go of me? It was hard to resist him every time. Tao Yuan always tired herself out. Not only was she crushed physically but also her dignity. She couldn't stand the feeling of being controlled by him. You've been crazy about me for more than 10 years. That's because I'm blind. The point is, you should know me very well after getting along with me for more than 10 years. There's no room for you to refuse what I want to do, not even discuss it. You better go out with me now. It's not good for you to waste time. The jewelry flagship store. It was a dazzling sight. Gold, platinum, and diamond jewelry were shining in the window. For women, this was a resplendent and luxurious dream. Choosing a wedding ring should be a very sweet thing. Ironically, Tao Yuan was full of resentment. She felt like a puppet being manipulated by Lu Li and had to satisfy some of his sudden requests at any time. The shopping guide smiled like a flower. What do you need? Wedding ring. Lu Li replied. Are the two of you getting married soon? Congratulations. Tao Yuan felt the envy and jealousy in the shopping guide's eyes. In the eyes of outsiders, she, who had average looks, was actually able to hook up with a handsome and rich man. It was really a blessing that she had cultivated for several lifetimes. But who knew that he, Lu Li, was a pervert? Outsiders often only saw the glorious side of her life. She could only swallow all kinds of pain and sufferings. What style do you like? Anything. She replied coldly. She just wanted to finish this task as soon as possible. The shopping guide was stunned for a moment. Why did the bride have such an attitude? If it was her, she would have burst into laughter. Then let me recommend a few to you. This diamond ring was just shipped back from France. It's this year's latest design. It has a daisy pattern and is very unique. If you like something more exaggerated, we also have pigeon eggs here. The shopping guide introduced one more expensive and luxurious than the previous one, but Tao Yuan was not interested in any of them. The more expensive the ring, the more ironic it seemed to her. After shopping around in boredom, she finally saw the most ordinary platinum ring. It was just a ring with some simple and elegant lines engraved on it. She quite liked this simple and elegant style. The value of a ring was not about how expensive it was, but it symbolized the loyalty of a marriage. If there was no loyalty, then who would care about the ring? It was just to satisfy his unreasonable request. But this, it was only 5,000 yuan. Wasn't it a little too shabby for rich people? She did not understand. This one. Lu Li's words made the shopping guide speechless. She hurriedly took it out for them to try on. The size was very suitable. Then I will wrap it for you. Task completed, I will go out first. Chapter 532. At 9 o'clock, the nightlife in Motu City had just begun. The lights were bright and there were pedestrians on both sides of the road. As it was nearing the end of the year, it was very lively everywhere. Lu Li was driving and glanced at the woman in the passenger seat from time to time. She was looking out of the window, and her hair was scattered around her cheeks, making her small face look even more delicate. She looked slightly dazed and her facial features were charming. He couldn't help but compare her with Tao Yanran in his heart. Tao Yanran's beauty was stunning, and her personality was also open and cheerful, very attractive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen in love with her at first sight. In university, the two of them were best friends and sometimes the three of them would go out together, but he rarely paid attention to her. Although she wasn't ugly compared to the dazzling Tao Yanran, she would be reduced to a foil. Moreover, she was always quiet and had almost no sense of existence. Before the things that happened later, he still had a good impression of her. A quiet girl was very comfortable to get along with. To be precise, Tao Yuan was like a piece of unpolished jade that needed time to be carved and polished, and her brilliance would slowly be revealed. She wasn't stunning beauty, but she had her unique charm. The more he looked at her, the more comfortable and beautiful she became. In short, he wouldn't get tired of looking at her, and he was addicted to her. On the other hand, Tao Yinran's wild and coquettish beauty wasn't so attractive to him anymore. Had time changed, his taste changed, or had his mentality changed? In short, everything was different from a few years ago. Lu Li slowly collected his thoughts, looked at the velvet gift box and teased. Such a cheap wedding ring, you know how to save money for me. Why didn't you show mercy when you used my card to buy clothes? We've been married for 4 years, am I not even worth 100,000? I'm not that cheap, am I? How are you cheap? You, Tao Yuan, are nobler than anyone else and know how to put on airs in front of me. Am I not the one rushing to follow your ass now? No one begged you to do this. If you are willing to let me go, I will be very grateful. What do I need your gratitude for? I would rather have your body. He added in his heart, and your heart. She couldn't help but chuckle. You're so vulgar. In the trilogy of dating, women only care about the first two, but for men the first two are just the foundation for the last step, so men are all vulgar. It seems like you have a clear understanding of yourself. While they were talking, they had already arrived downstairs. Tao Yuan was anxious about how to refuse his stay, but she heard Lu Li's voice. I don't think you'd like me to walk you up. Yes, goodbye. She couldn't wait to escape, but Lu Li locked the car door. What are you doing again? Her face was filled with wariness. Why are you so nervous? It's crowded here, so it's not suitable for car sex. Lu Li took out the ring and held her hand. Lu Li, her hand trembled and she tried to draw it back. Don't be like this. The simple platinum ring slipped into his ring finger. He put it on her hand, and the feeling was completely different from trying it on in the jewelry store. It was like a small stone falling on the lake in Tao Yuan's heart, creating circles of ripples. For a moment she couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. In the past she had been looking forward to this moment. When they first got married she even bought a pair of rings for herself. But that night he brought another woman home. She threw the pair of rings away. She thought she would never have them again in this life. However, after 4 years he forced her to wear them. Tao Yuan did not feel happy at all. Instead, the tip of her nose felt sour. She felt sad and pitted herself. It's just a joke to make up for it now. She reached out to take it off, but he stopped her. Wear it. A gentle command. Tao Yuan shook her head. I really can't understand what you're thinking. Are you putting on a show for others? But that night you've already embarrassed me. Everyone knows that I, Mrs. Liu, am not favored. I'm still wearing this ring. How embarrassing do you want me to be? I don't care about what others think. Then you just want to humiliate me? I want to use the ring to trap you. Lu Li was very surprised to say this. In fact, it was really just a fleeting thought. Looking at her empty ring finger, he felt uncomfortable in his heart, feeling that she didn't belong to him. Trap me? What do you take me for? A pet of yours? Tao Yuan's attitude became even more intense. Then why don't you just take a dog chain and chain me up? I didn't mean that. He just felt that if the two of them wore the wedding ring, then they were no longer two unrelated people, as if fate had bound them together, as if she belonged to him, and that made him feel at ease. He wasn't sure if this was right or if it was a little too willful, but he was very clear that he wanted to do this. At least it will make other men not dare to approach you. Which man around me doesn't know that I'm married? But they also know that it's just a marriage in name and can be ignored. Who do you think this ring can threaten? Lu Li wasn't happy with her words. At least it can remind you that you're a married woman, so watch your words and actions. If that's your intention, then I'm sorry to disappoint you. If there's a reminder, it's to remind me that this marriage is binding me and that I need to get a divorce as soon as possible. Do you have to be so ungrateful? You're my woman. Is it so uncomfortable for you to wear the wedding ring? Yes, it's very uncomfortable. Her straightforwardness and lack of leeway made Lu Li a little angry. He felt that he couldn't communicate with her at all. Everything he did would be misinterpreted by her as having bad intentions. Since that was the case, he didn't want to explain anything. This is not a multiple-choice question. From now on you have to wear it. He put the man's ring on his finger and glared in front of him angrily. Tao Yuan hit the car door with her fist and he opened the car door. She slammed the door and left. Fearing that he would chase after her, Tao Yuan ran all the way home and locked the door. She stared at the ring for a while and felt that it was getting heavier and hotter. It was getting tighter and tighter as if she couldn't breathe. She quickly took off the ring and threw it into the drawer. That night, Tao Yuan had recurring nightmares. She dreamed that Lu Li was chasing after her from behind, asking her to wear the ring. She woke up with a start several times. In the morning she was listless and drank 2 cups of coffee. In the afternoon, when she went to the meeting room, a hand patted her from behind. Her whole body tensed up. Ouyang Shua looked at her with a faint smile. Are you nervous that it will scare you like this? What's going on in your head? Did you steal last night? The dark circles under your eyes are so deep. She pinched her eyebrows and didn't say anything. Will you still hide from me? As long as you don't scare me, I won't. Let's have dinner together tonight? If you're not used to being alone, I can invite the whole department. You always treat me to such a high-end hotel. I feel bad spending tens of thousands just for me. Money is meant to be spent. It's worth it for you. Ouyang Shua's eyes were burning again. You're forcing me to continue hiding from you by saying that. Tao Yuan wouldn't take his mushy confession to heart at all. People like Ouyang Shua didn't have any sincerity. He used the same way to seduce any woman. She could only take it as her bad luck that she had provoked a playboy and became the prey that he was interested in. But true love? How could a person who didn't even have a heart have true love? But this was also good. She couldn't afford to owe a debt of love. As soon as she entered the meeting room, she saw Lu Li sitting in the middle of the long meeting table. Tao Yuan stopped in her tracks. 2 pairs of eyes met in the air. He wore a wedding ring on his finger, but she didn't, so the man's eyes showed dissatisfaction. In such a big meeting room, the distance between them was so far and there were so many people between them, but it still stabbed her heart like a sharp bayonet. She noticed at a glance that he was wearing a wedding ring. The simple style shone on his finger, symbolizing his ownership and his possessiveness. But her ring finger was empty, and she couldn't help feeling a burst of chill. But why should she be flustered? It was obvious that he suddenly went crazy and forced her to wear the ring. She didn't owe him anything. Why should she accept his arrangement? Although she thought so, Tao Yuan was still creeped out by Lu Li's stare. Why are you still standing? Ouyang Shua whispered in her ear. Tao Yuan hurriedly lowered her head. Ouyang Shua followed and she whispered, You'd better not sit next to me. Ouyang Shua ignored her warning, sat directly next to her, pulled the chair closer to her, and asked in a joking tone. Why? Are you afraid that your husband will be jealous? I don't think he cares so much about you. Was really crazy. She reminded him not to sit next to her, but he deliberately leaned so close. It was better not to say it. The pressure around was getting lower and lower. Although Tao Yuan tried hard to ignore it, she still felt cold. President, we can start. Zhou Xingyang whispered to remind him. Lu Li took back his gaze. He asked while looking through the report. How is the year-end discount in the commercial district going? It started a month ago. The response was very good, and the traffic increased by 20%. Su Ming rushed to answer. What about the bidding for next season? It has been completed 90%. It was still Su Ming who answered. Although Tao Yuan didn't like to be in the limelight and be too eager to take credit, in this situation, Su Ming solved a problem for her. Ouyang Shua made eye contact with Lu Li for a moment. He curled up the corners of his mouth in a provocative way. He purposely got close to Tao Yuan's ear and teased. The drunkard has an ulterior motive. I give full marks to the president for acting cool. Tao Yuan winked at him. Don't get so close. Are you afraid of getting pregnant? Director Ouyang, Manager Tao, what are you talking about? Say it for everyone to hear? The man's cold mockery came. Tao Yuan's ears were hot, and she lowered her head guiltily. No, nothing. I think you two are chatting very congenially. Tao Yuan was speechless. They just talked less than 3 sentences, okay? How was it congenial? What did he want her to answer? To say that Ouyang Shua mocked him for acting cool? She couldn't say it. But Lu Li continued to ask. Is it a little secret between you two? Manager Tao is my right-hand man. Even if there is a little secret between us, it is normal, isn't it? Chapter 533. Everyone gasped. A director dared to provoke the president in public? He was too bold, wasn't he? The point was that Tao Yuan was the president's wife, which was even more subtle. This is working time and it's in my meeting. I don't allow anyone to talk about anything other than work. Lu Li warned. Although Ouyang Shua's attitude made him unhappy, he was still a cultured man after all. Arguing with Ouyang Shua and saying some unpleasant words would only lower his own status. He wasn't that impatient. Manager Tao. His gaze fell on Tao Yuan, and her body suddenly tensed up, as if a disaster was about to befall her. Since you still have time to discuss private affairs in the meeting, it seems that you are very free. The hotel's New Year's Eve dinner will be handed over to you. Tao Yuan opened her mouth. Wasn't this making things difficult for her? She had no experience in preparing a dinner party, and the New Year's Eve dinner was the highlight of the hotel. If she messed it up, she would be in big trouble. But in front of so many people, no matter how euphemistically she refused, it would make Lu Li lose face and the result would be worse. Tao Yuan hesitated for a moment, decided to take the task first, and then discuss it with Lu Li in private. I see. Ouyang Shuo raised his hand. I'm in too. Everyone was even more surprised. What kind of relationship did this new director have with Tao Yuan? He helped her like this and openly challenged the president. Could this be the legendary war between men? There are less than 10 days left before the New Year's Eve dinner. Manager Tao is too busy, and as your boss I am duty-bound to help. What's more, dinner parties are my strong points. Lu Li narrowed his eyes, did not answer, and directly threw the question to Tao Yuan. Manager Tao, what do you think? Once again she was caught in a dilemma. Both of them were not easy to deal with. Offending either of them would end badly. What should she do? Manager Tao. Tao Yuan thought quickly for a moment and then replied. What Director Ouyang said makes sense. There is not much time and one more person to help. Sensing that Lu Li's gaze had darkened, she continued. If that's the case, then let our team and Chairman Liang's team help together. There's strength in numbers. To think that she could come up with such an idea in such a short time without offending either side. Ouyang Shuo smiled. This little fox was quite cunning. Su Ming took the initiative to suggest. Then our team will help too. Since Ouyang Shuo had also joined, she would not let go of this opportunity to get close to him. From the first moment he appeared, she was already irresistibly infatuated with him. Despite the fact that they were in a meeting, she winked at him and gave Tao Yuan a warning look. Meaning, this man is mine, you stay away from him. Tao Yuan was secretly amused. What a treacherous man. To think that she treated him like a treasure. If she could make Ouyang Shuo stop bothering her, she would be eternally grateful. Then it's decided. I wish you a pleasant cooperation. Meeting adjourned. Everyone stood up. Tao Yuan also stood up, but Lu Li said, Manager Tao, you stay. Ouyang Shuo looked at Tao Yuan sympathetically. At the same time, there was a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Everyone left one after another. There were more than 100 people in the meeting room, but only 2 people were left. When entering the door, Tao Yuan deliberately chose the seat furthest from Lu Li. They were now at one end of the meeting room and the other at the other end, looking at each other from afar. It seems that you have a good relationship with Director Ouyang. The man's first sentence was sarcasm. Tao Yuan did not know how to answer. Anyway, whatever she said would be wrong. I don't like to talk from so far away. Come here. I'd better sit here. It's convenient for me to go out. If there's anything, please say it. I still have a lot of work. You were just chatting in the meeting? I don't see anything important. She refused to move. Lu Li stood up and took the initiative to walk towards her. Every step was like stepping on the top of Tao Yuan's heart, making her little heart tighten. She wanted to hide, but where could she hide? He was just transferred a few days ago and your relationship is so close? Are you naturally familiar with all the men? Again. Tao Yuan was very disgusted with his sarcasm and replied angrily. There is no rule in the company that we can't chat during the meeting, and we were just talking about work. I don't think so. You should be careful when talking about work. It's so intimate. It looks suspicious. In your heart, I am a casual woman, so it's suspicious for me to be with any man. You can just convict me. Why ask me? If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Before she had time to get up, Lu Li had already pinched her chin. However, he controlled his strength and did not hurt her. Tao Yuan instinctively pushed his hand away. This is the company, don't. Why is it so difficult to talk to you nicely? I'm not blaming you right now, so why are you so angry? Compared to him who was full of resistance, he seemed a little lazy. His words were neither slow nor slow, and there was no anger at all. You're obviously suspicious of my relationship with him, and this is called talking nicely? As your husband, I don't like you to be too close to other men. What's wrong with that? I've never used my identity as your wife to ask you for anything. Even if you rekindle your old love, I'll pretend that I didn't see it. Why are you so calculative? There's no set of requirements and obligations between us as husband and wife. Why not? You have a lot of obligations to fulfill. His body was half pressed against hers. Although he was not touching her, Tao Yuan still felt all the pressure on her. His chest formed a circle, and within that range his hot and dangerous breath drilled into the tip of her nose, messing up her breathing, and her whole body was trembling slightly. His eyes gave her a very ambiguous feeling, and he was up to no good. Every time he got close to her, she felt that he was going to pounce on her and eat her up. The more she wanted to avoid him, the tighter she was bound. Her scalp was numb, and her brain was in a vacuum state. She did not know what to do. At this time it would not end well to offend him. She did not want the news to spread that something happened between them in the conference room the next day. Tao Yuan's anger subsided. Between him and I, we're just ordinary colleagues. Do ordinary colleagues have to talk so close to each other? He just provoked me twice because of you. He's really bold. How do you know that he did it for me? Maybe he just doesn't like you. She said this with a bit of childishness. Luli found it very interesting and teased her. Why doesn't he like me? How would I know? Maybe he doesn't like you when he sees you putting on the airs of a CEO. Has anyone ever told you that when you swear you have a different flavor? He breathed hot air into her ear, and at once felt her whole body shiver sensitively. Does he think I'm pretending, or do you think I'm pretending and I'm just using him to say it? You have a lot of opinions about me, huh? Just talk, don't get so close. She could only use her hand to support his chest. There's nothing between him and me. If you believe it, then believe it. If not, then forget it. Tao Yuan's heroic look amused Lu Li, and his expression became more and more ambiguous. Then tell me, should I believe what you said? Believe it or not, there's no need to beat around the bush. Anyway, I don't care what you think. I don't want to talk about this topic with you anymore. Let me go. You don't want to talk about this? Then let's talk about why you don't wear a ring? She knew he would say this and asked back. Why should I wear it? Did I buy it for you to look at? Lu Li's sexy lips twitched. It was cold, but his eyes did not have the usual dangerous look. He was even more relaxed. He raised his right hand in front of her and said, I wore it. So what? Whether you buy it or not is your right, but whether I wear it or not is my freedom. Who said that I have to wear it when you buy it? I'm not your servant. But you're my woman. A smart woman should know how to listen to a man. As he said these ambiguous words, he moved closer to her, almost touching her lips and breathing. The familiar numbness was drilling all over her body. Tao Yuan had no resistance against this kind of physical intimacy. She felt like she was melting like a piece of chocolate. But she still clenched her throat and used a trembling voice to fight back. I'm sorry, I'm not an obedient woman. If you want a well-behaved pet, then you can find Tao Yanran or other women. I'm not interested in catering to you. But I'm only interested in you now. The hand that was resting on the table landed on her hip and pinched her without restraint, causing her to scream out loud. What are you doing? She tried to push his arm away, but his fingers were like nails nailed to her hip, firmly grasping and kneading her. The strength was sometimes light and sometimes heavy, sometimes forceful, sometimes gentle and skillfully teasing. She was panicking now, but she still forced herself to calm down. The more she was at a loss, the more pleased this man was. It was not the first time he took advantage of her. She was not so easily flustered. It depends on the occasion. What's the difference between you and an animal if you mess around in the meeting room? In your eyes, I'm no different from an animal. The man curled his lips and admitted it generously. He couldn't help himself from sticking to her like this. He didn't know why she was so attractive, but it made him want to be close to her. His deep pupils were as black as the ocean in the night sky, surging with hidden turbulence. What do you want? Why don't you wear the ring? He insisted on the question just now. When I bought it, I said I didn't want to wear it, but you insisted. I don't like acting. Everyone in the hotel knows about our relationship. Is there any point? At least I can remind you at any time that you're a married woman. When you're intimate with other men, you feel a little ashamed, right? You think too highly of me. My sense of shame has been fed to the dogs many years ago. If you want to trap me with a ring, it's a waste of effort. Let's talk about it after you wear the ring. He was very sure that this woman was under his control. As long as he wanted, she couldn't refuse any of his requests. Chapter 534. He just stuck close to her with a faint smile, rubbing against her, flirting with her. His hands were moving unruly on her buttocks, almost driving Tao Yuan crazy. She struggled in vain for a few times and finally had to give in. I'll just wear it. You're so cunning, how can I trust you? She sulked. Then what do you want? I want a guarantee. Lu Li's eyes darkened, pinched her chin and suddenly kissed her. He kissed her forcefully again. Tao Yuan opened her eyes wide and struggled instinctively, but he grabbed her buttocks and pressed her against him. His other hand held the back of her head and his fingers intertwined with her hair. His kiss was very lingering, like a gentle lover melting Tao Yuan's defenses. The man's faint tobacco smell spread from her throat to her whole body, numbing her thoughts and melting her strength. She even forgot where she was. Until he chuckled against her lips. "Your kissing skills are getting better and better." She was still in a trance. "You look so confused, are you trying to tempt me to continue?" He said that she was confused, but in fact the one who was really confused was him. If it was possible, he really did not want to let go of her and continue kissing her deeply and lingering like this until their souls were fused together. What nonsense are you talking about? You responded to me passionately just now." "I didn't," Tao Yuan denied excitedly. "I was forced by you." "You say that every time, but when did you not respond to me? Admit it, you're a little woman, you like it when I treat you like this." Tao Yuan was angry and anxious. Her face blushed even more and her heart was beating fast. "You only know how to bully me." The kiss just now was too lingering, causing her voice to be soft and coquettish. Lu Li loved her coquettish voice and asked with interest, "How did I bully you?" He didn't realize that his eyes were full of love at this moment. "You're still denying it? You kissed me forcefully and gave me the most difficult task on purpose. If you're referring to the New Year's Eve dinner, then you should thank me for giving you a chance to perform." That sounds nice. You're the one who's narrow-minded and taking revenge on a personal grudge. Who allowed you to be intimate with other men under my eyes? Do you think I should punish you?" Tao Yuan wanted to say that Ouyang Shua deliberately tricked her, and she didn't do it voluntarily, but that would probably make Lu Li more suspicious, so she could only take the blame. After all, Ouyang Shua had gone too far just now, and Lu Li was such a narrow-minded person. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. She was clearly the most innocent victim, but in the end, it seemed like it was all her fault. She was speechless. "What? Nothing to say? Tacit approval? What I call silence is the highest contempt. You actually dare to look down on me? It seems that I have no choice but to punish you." As he spoke, he was about to kiss her. Tao Yuan was so anxious that she hurriedly turned her head to the side. "Hey, stop fooling around." Fooling around? Lu Li wasn't fooling around. He admitted that he was unhappy, but on the other hand he wanted to find an excuse to ask for a kiss from her. She tasted like a honey peach, sweet and fragrant. One bite was addictive and the aftertaste was endless. He used to think that kissing was just foreplay, but after tasting her, he realized that it was actually so wonderful. It wasn't the first time that he saw her mouth opening and closing endlessly. He couldn't listen to what she was saying at all, and his mind was filled with the urge to kiss her. Tao Yuan was unhappy that he always teased her like this. Between them, they weren't close enough for him to be so ambiguous, right? One moment he was strangling her neck and cursing her to die, and the next moment he could act as if nothing had happened and flirt with her. This man definitely had a split personality disorder. "You sound so sad, as if I'm bullying you. In that case, as compensation, I'm willing to be your partner at the dinner." He said it as if she had taken the initiative to invite him. She had never seen a man who was so good at giving her face. She coldly twitched the corner of her mouth. Thank you, but I refuse." "Why?" "I already have a partner." Tao Yuan's first reaction was to give the answer. Ouyang Shura. What was she talking about? She wanted to bite off her tongue. "I'm your husband. Do you think it's appropriate for you to let another man be your partner?" "How is it inappropriate? I'm attending the dinner as a hotel employee. It's my freedom to bring whoever I want. We're not bundling, so why do we have to be together? Do you think it's buy one get one free?" Seeing how eloquent she was, Lu Li really couldn't find a reason to refute her, so he could only oppose her rudely. "I don't agree. I'm not asking for your opinion. You can also bring other women. If you're not afraid of Dad getting angry, you can even bring your precious Tao Yanran. She's so beautiful and she'll make you proud." Lu Li frowned. Sometimes he really didn't like her to speak so harshly, especially on the topic of Tao Yanran. "Do I have to listen to your arrangements? I'm just giving a kind suggestion. Anyway, I'll bring my own partner. As for who you bring, it's none of my business." Taking advantage of the moment when he was angry and lost in thought, Tao Yuan escaped from his evil clutches. When Lu Li came to his senses, he was the only one left in the conference room. Damn woman, unmoved by force or persuasion. Did she think he couldn't do anything to her? Just wait and see. It was the end of the year. Tao Yuan already had a lot of work to do, and with the addition of preparing for the dinner, she had a headache. After work, she gathered all the staff and assigned the work. When arranging the host, Su Ming took the initiative to say, "I'll be in charge of this. Since high school, I've been the host of the school's annual large-scale activities." Tao Yuan nodded. Su Ming was beautiful, eloquent, and could handle the situation well. She was indeed the best candidate. Then the male host, "Of course it's the director," Su Ming said eagerly. The way she looked at Ouyang Shua was as tender as water. She didn't hide her infatuation with him at all. Sometimes she wanted to eat him up with her eyes. Tao Yuan was about to agree when she suddenly remembered that Ouyang Shua should be her male partner. Although she regretted it so much now, she had already said that to Lu Li, so she could only bite the bullet and do it. Otherwise, wouldn't she be laughed at by him? Although it was a little bit of abuse, Tao Yuan had to object because of the situation. "Director Ouyang and I are in charge of this project together. We have a lot of things to do and don't have time to rehearse and memorize scripts." "Then let him do less work. We're already short of manpower." Su Ming glared at her with dissatisfaction. "Rehearsing and memorizing scripts won't take much time. If I can do it, why can't the director? Are you being selfish?" "I'm thinking of the big picture." Tao Yuan admired herself for lying through her teeth. "What big picture?" "I think you just want to be the director." Su Ming mumbled sourly. "Selfish? It's not enough to have one man. You want a few more. How greedy." Lin Wei immediately jumped out to speak for Tao Yuan. "Director Tao must have her reasons for this arrangement. I think you're the selfish one. Don't you want to be alone with the director? You're just an assistant. How dare you talk to me like this?" "I'll be honest. Everyone in the department knows that you like the director. What does it have to do with you? Who asked you to talk? Believe it or not, I'll fire you." "That's enough. Stop arguing." Tao Yuan could only ask Ouyang Shua, "What do you think?" Ouyang Shua curled his lips after watching the show from a bystander's point of view. "Since the director has handed the dinner to manager Tao, then I'll listen to her arrangements. Whatever she asks me to do, I'll do it unconditionally." Others might not be able to tell, but Tao Yuan could tell that his words were ambiguous. He always looked at her with a passionate gaze. She did not dare to look him in the eye. "Come on, you're the director. Your position is much higher than hers. Why should you listen to her arrangements?" Su Ming was not convinced. "Because I want to listen to her." "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Ouyang Shua's words immediately made Su Ming speechless. The vinegar jar was overturned. Feeling sour and angry, she turned around and left. The atmosphere was momentarily awkward. Tao Yuan said, "Forget about her. Let's continue." Without Su Ming making trouble, the meeting went smoothly. All the tasks were assigned. Tao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The others left one after another. When she finished packing, she found that only she and Ouyang Shua were left. He leaned against the conference table. Obviously he had been watching her for a while. He looked casual but had a kind of yuppie sexiness. "Why aren't you leaving? As your trophy, shouldn't I wait for you?" "What trophy? You just snatched me from Su Ming. Am I not your trophy?" Tao Yuan was speechless for a few seconds. "I didn't snatch you from her. I was just doing it out of consideration for work. You know very well whether it is true or not." His eyes seemed to be smiling but very sharp, as if he could see through everything about her. Tao Yuan felt that she was completely transparent in front of him, which made her very uncomfortable. "Can't you watch your words sometimes? I know you're joking, but others might not know. It's easy to misunderstand. Which words of mine are not appropriate?" "Oh, I'll do whatever you want me to do? Is that what you said? You're in charge of the project and I'm at your command. What's wrong with that? Aren't you thinking too much?" The corner of his mouth curved up. "TSK. Women are so sensitive. It's obviously you. Forget it, I won't argue with you." Tao Yuan remembered that she wanted to invite him to be her male partner, but she didn't know how to say it. "What do you want to say?" Can I?" Every word was squeezed out from the gaps of her teeth. It was more difficult than Tao Yuan had imagined. "Can you do what?" "Forget it. It's nothing." Tao Yuan thought with the mentality of an ostrich. Anyway, there were still a few days left. It wouldn't be too late to find a suitable opportunity to say it. Lu Li finished his work. During the break, he wondered if he should find an excuse to visit Tao Yuan. After getting rid of Fang Yicheng, Now there was an even more troublesome Ouyang Shua who stayed with her all day long. Thinking that they could see each other every day and that Ouyang Shua was still eyeing her, Lu Li felt very uncomfortable. Chapter 535. But it was just a little troublesome. His opponent was him. Even 10 Ouyang Shuas would be courting death. Although Lu Li had full confidence, he still couldn't get rid of the feeling of jealousy. He wanted to find an excuse to stalk her, but that cunning woman must know his purpose. How embarrassing it would be. After thinking about it, in the end he endured it to save his face. During tea time, Tao Yuan went to the hotel restaurant to buy juice. Just when she was about to reach for it, another hand had already snatched the only glass of orange juice. Su Ming arrogantly mocked. "Sorry, I snatched your orange juice." "It's okay." Tao Yuan conveniently took a glass of apple juice. "I just snatched orange juice, of course it's okay, it's not as good as you snatching a man." "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Tao Yuan just wanted to avoid the war, but Su Ming refused to let her go and blocked her way. "You know what I'm talking about, don't play dumb. What's your relationship with the director?" "Just like you colleagues. Just now he stood up for you in the meeting, don't think that others are blind and deaf." "Do you like him?" Tao Yuan asked patiently. "Of course, I fell in love with him at first sight." "Since you like him, then go after him. If you think you're better than me, then take him back. It's that simple, why waste time on me, it's meaningless." "Are you mocking me?" "I'm just teaching you a lesson, I'm very busy, I don't have much energy to mock others." "Then you're showing off to me?" "Anyway, whatever I say is wrong, you can interpret it however you want." "Is the director interested in you?" "I'm not sure, if you want to know you can ask him." "I don't care and I don't care." "Hehe, you say you don't care but you secretly seduce him, what do you call this? You want to be a bitch and still have a chastity arch? You say it as if you, Tao Yuan, are the most virtuous in the world, and it's all men who take the initiative to seduce you, but in fact you're the one behind them, aren't you? What, the president doesn't like you so you can't bear the loneliness, right? I can understand your loneliness, but aren't you stretching your hand a little too far? With your qualifications you should find a divorced man or an ordinary employee. How dare you dream of seducing a director? Do you know who he is? Do you deserve him? Even if you want to cheat, don't drag him into it." Tao Yuan chuckled and shook her head. "If you really think I'm as bad as you say, you wouldn't have wasted so much time on me. Am I a threat to you? You think he treats me differently. He even likes me, right? On one hand you look down on me and on the other hand you treat me as your opponent. You must be feeling very uncomfortable, right?" Su Ming was hit in her soft spot. Unable to refute, she pushed Tao Yuan hard since she couldn't argue back. "The director is mine. I'm warning you, don't overestimate yourself and have any ideas about him. Otherwise I won't go easy on you." Tao Yuan gently patted the place where she had pushed, unconcerned. Turning his head, he saw Ouyang Shua watching the show not far away, smiling coldly at him. He walked over and sat opposite her. "Are you okay?" She took a sip of juice and shrugged. "I know you won't be bullied. Plus, it's not good for a man to intervene in a fight between women. You won't blame me for not helping you, right?" Look at how hypocritical he was. He didn't even want to act. Tao Yuan rolled her eyes in her heart and said with a fake smile. "As long as you don't stir up trouble, I don't need your help." "How did I stir up trouble?" "You know, I'm just that charming. I can't help it." "Are you asking me to disfigure my face?" "I can't bear to do that. Besides, I'm such a charming man. Even if I'm disfigured, there are still many women infatuated with me. I can't do anything about it." "I'm drinking something." What he meant was, don't say such words to disgust me. Since you know that you're so charming, you should be more careful with your words. Don't let people misunderstand. I don't want to be treated as a public enemy of women. I've already given you enough work. I don't have the patience to clean up your mess. That can't be helped. You're the only one in the entire hotel who caught my eye. Those who are prettier than you aren't as mature and intelligent as you are. Those who are more mature and intelligent than you aren't as beautiful as you are. Thank you for the compliment, but I'm already a wife." "Oh," Ouyang Shua touched his lips meaningfully. "Don't you know that being a wife has a different charm? If you say such things again, I'm leaving." Ouyang Shua raised his hands in surrender. "I won't say any more." The matter regarding the dinner party's male companion had been dragged on for 3 days. If it dragged on any longer, the result would be the same. She might as well take this opportunity to speak up. Tao Yuan gathered her courage. Dinner party? Do you have any plans? I'll listen to your orders. What other plans can I have? If you're not busy, how about— Damn it, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Tao Yuan really didn't want him to be her male companion. Oh. You've been looking at me affectionately for the past few days, as if you have something to say. If you continue like this, I'll misunderstand that you have a crush on me. I don't. The courage that she had summoned up disappeared again. You just asked me if I have any plans? I wanted to say, if you're not busy this afternoon, accompany me to go shopping. In a moment of desperation, Tao Yuan had to find an excuse. Actually, my schedule is very full. The man whetted her appetite and then smiled again. But for you, I'm free at any time. This is work, not a date. You've got to understand. Why do you care what I think? He whistled, looking like a dissolute young master. Tao Yuan was directly speechless. In the afternoon, the two went to the mall together to buy some things for the dinner party. As soon as Tao Yuan entered, she saw a British brand that she liked doing a year-end promotion. The window was full of bright red for sale words. She was a little tempted. Ouyang Shua saw that she kept staring at it and asked, "Let's go in and have a look?" No, we're here to buy things, not to go shopping. Let's go shopping first. Forcing herself to look away, she pulled him away and left. But Tao Yuan was a woman, and as long as she was a woman, she could not get rid of the curse of promotion. When she bought things, her mind was full of that shop. At first glance, it seemed that there were a few sets that she liked. After shopping, Tao Yuan tried not to look at that shop, but Ouyang Shua grabbed her wrist. Since you like it, don't miss it. As for the work, you can still do it tomorrow, but the clothes will be gone when they are off the shelves. Are you willing to wear the clothes you like on a woman who is uglier than you? Tao Yuan's heart was already itching, and after hearing what Ouyang Shua said, she could not hold back. Then you go shopping nearby first. I'll call you after I buy. Isn't it better if I accompany you? I can also give you some advice from a man's point of view. It was time to get off work, and the shop was full of female Tao customers. The men were left aside, playing with their mobile phones or looking helpless. Tao Yuan pointed. You can sit over there. That's boring. I'll help you choose together. Tao Yuan usually went shopping with Pan Chi. Suddenly there was a man, and she was not used to it, so she picked very slowly. Why don't you go over there and sit? Why are you nervous? It seems that Boss Lu has never gone shopping with you. A man who doesn't go shopping with his wife is not a good man. Tao Yuan replied in her heart. He was not a good man to begin with. You're so slow, and all the things you like have been taken away. He picked up 2 dresses. This color is very suitable for you, try it. At this time, a fat woman who was busy snatching clothes squeezed over. Ouyang Shua took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Tao Yuan, blocking the impact for her. Are you okay? He asked close to her ear. No, I'm fine. She felt uncomfortable and shrank back. Don't get so close. Oh, Ouyang Shua agreed verbally, but she didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but he still rubbed his chest against her back, causing a burst of tingling electricity. Tao Yuan had no choice but to take a step to the right. I've been wondering when I can see your sincere smile, but I didn't expect it to be just because of a few discounted clothes. If I didn't know better, I would think that you found a mountain of gold and silver. Ouyang Shua teased. You don't know this, but women like beautiful clothes. I'm happy when I see beautiful clothes. I'm even happier when I see beautiful clothes on sale. Her eyes were shining, and her face was more radiant than before, as if she had found a treasure. The wife of Boss Lu, who is worth hundreds of billions, is actually snatching goods in a discount shop. How virtuous. It's really Boss Lu's blessing to marry you. Ouyang Shua's words were teasing, but they were also sincere. He had dated dozens of women, if not hundreds. They would never even look at clothes that cost less than 10,000. And the original price of the clothes in this shop was only 400 or 500 yuan, and the lowest discount was only a few dozen yuan. But she had good taste. Even if the clothes were a few hundred yuan, she looked elegant and matched them just right. He was more and more appreciative of this woman. You think it's his blessing, but it's actually his nightmare. Tao Yuan smiled bitterly and whispered. The two of them worked together to pick out more than a dozen clothes. When Tao Yuan entered the fitting room, Ouyang Shua was waiting for her outside. At first she was a little shy but gradually got used to it. She tried them on one by one for Ouyang Shua, and she was very patient and gave suggestions. The shop assistant said enviously, "Your husband is so patient and he treats you so well." Husband? Ouyang Shua? Tao Yuan was about to clarify, but Ouyang Shua said leisurely, "It's a husband's honor to go shopping with his wife." As he said that, he winked at her. Tao Yuan was annoyed and amused at the same time. Was he so proud of taking advantage of her verbally? After trying on, they bought 5 pieces, all of which were chosen by Ouyang Shua. Tao Yuan had always thought that she had good taste in clothes, but she didn't expect that Ouyang Shua was even better. "You have good taste. It's mainly about the model. The model is beautiful, has a good figure and looks good in everything." Chapter 536. Women love to hear compliments and Tao Yuan felt a little smug. Both half and half. "You have such good taste in picking clothes for women, you must have dated many girlfriends." "Those are not girlfriends, at most female companions, each taking what they need." Ouyang Shua shrugged, his nonchalant attitude was actually a little cruel. He was a charming man, and those women must have loved him sincerely, but he probably couldn't even remember their names. Tao Yuan felt sorry for them. At the same time, she reminded herself to stay away from playboys and cherish life. She changed the topic. "I didn't know you were so patient. Usually men are very annoyed to accompany women shopping. Whether I have patience or not depends on who the partner is, but it's another matter if the partner is you. It's my first time accompanying a woman shopping." I believe you. Then you took away my first time, should you be responsible for me? Don't say such strange things. Tao Yuan went to the cashier to pay, but before she could take out her wallet, Ouyang Shua handed over his credit card. She hurriedly stopped him. "How can this be? How can I let you pay for my clothes? Do you need to be so polite? In my dictionary there is no such thing as a woman paying. This is not a meal, I bought these things, I have my own money." The cashier lady laughed. "Don't argue, there are not many men who are willing to spend money on their wives, not to mention your husband is so handsome and so gentle, I'm so envious." Was the word husband written on his face? Why did the whole world think so? Tao Yanran and Lu Qingwan were also shopping in the mall. "Sister Yanran, has my brother contacted you recently?" "Of course, he calls me every day." Tao Yanran tried to be brave. In fact, Lu Li did not take the initiative to contact her, not even a message, and she was annoyed about it every day. Lu Li left her aside, giving her the feeling that it did not matter to him whether she returned or not. "Then why are you so free to accompany me shopping?" Lu Qingwan was a little suspicious. She was not a fool and could sense that something was wrong. Her brother used to love Tao Yanran very much, but now his attention seemed to have shifted to Tao Yuan and he spent a lot of time with her. Tao Yanran blushed. "I just didn't agree." "Why? Didn't I tell you? Men don't cherish things that are too easily obtained. But you used to be a couple, so this theory doesn't work here. You guys already know each other very well. Is there a need to play hard to get?" Lu Qingwan was just short of saying that her explanation sounded fake. Children don't understand adult matters. Tao Yanran tried to brush her off, but Lu Qingwan was relentless. "Do you think my brother has fallen in love with Tao Yuan? He had been spending a lot of time on her lately. To put it bluntly, my brother is practically circling around her now." "You didn't see how arrogant she was, as if my brother was pestering her. She was so arrogant. How is that possible? Maybe Ali just wants to divorce her." "No, Tao Yuan has agreed. If he wanted to divorce he would have done it long ago. Why did it drag until now? I think it's my brother who doesn't want a divorce now." "Well, I'm very sure that my brother doesn't want to get a divorce." "Then maybe he has his own difficulties, such as your father secretly threatening him." "Really? But I don't think so." Lu Qingwan kept talking about this and it was not easy to deceive her. Tao Yanran was already upset and now she was even more upset. You can't guess Ali's thoughts, and the relationship behind him is also very complicated. Don't think that you know him very well. Her tone was a little heavy, which immediately made Lu Qingwan dissatisfied and retorted. "My brother and I have the same mother and we grew up together. How can I not know him? Just because you two have been together, you think you know my brother better than me? I think it's because you don't know him. You two have been separated for 4 years and a lot of things have happened during this period. You can't look at him with the same eyes as before. A man changes his mind faster than anything else. Don't overestimate yourself, or you won't know why my brother is taken away by someone else in the future." Lu Qingwan said a lot of things in rapid succession, and Tao Yanran's face turned blue. She originally hated Lu Qingwan's wild and cunning character, but she pretended to be good to her because she was Lu Li's sister. Now she was so mercilessly ridiculed by her, how could she not be angry? Lu Qingwan still had a lot of more unpleasant words to say, but she held them back. She also didn't want to anger Tao Yanran at this time. Losing an ally wouldn't do her any good. After weighing the pros and cons, she had to soften her face. Sister Yanran, you know I didn't mean to be so unpleasant. I'm also angry with my brother. I really don't know what drug that woman Tao Yuan has drugged my brother. His attitude towards her is really different from before, and he really cares about her. Lu Qingwan gave her a way out, so Tao Yanran also stepped down and pretended to be a gentle and good sister. I know you are anxious. You want to deal with Tao Yuan, so do I. But some things can't be rushed. Only by casting a long line can you catch a big fish, understand? I don't know about long lines and short lines. Anyway, I can't wait for my brother to marry her immediately. You are so impatient. What can you do? Look at me, I'm not worried at all because I have confidence in Ali. Everything is still under my control. Why are you so anxious? Tao Yanran inadvertently looked at the two intimate figures behind the window, which made her freeze. Behind the glass window, a man was sticking to a woman, helping her choose clothes. Their gentle smiles and caring gestures were like a pair of sweet lovers. Ouyang Shua actually accompanied Tao Yuan to buy clothes, which was unexpected to Tao Yanran. When they were abroad, she asked him to accompany her shopping, but he refused. Now he actually accompanied Tao Yuan. Tao Yanran was a little jealous. Even if he was acting, he didn't have to do it so well, right? He didn't even report his whereabouts to her. Since Ouyang Shua entered the hotel, Tao Yanran felt that he was getting more and more difficult to control. She didn't know what he was doing every day, which made her feel very insecure. Tao Yuan had the ability to confuse Lu Li, so it was hard to guarantee that Ouyang Shua wouldn't be. No, Tao Yanran immediately stopped the terrible speculation. Ouyang Shua and Lu Li were not the same kind of people. He was cunning, cold-blooded, and selfish. He would not love anyone in the world except himself. What's more, he approached her with a purpose. Tao Yuan would not be more important than his plan. Sister Yanran, what are you thinking about? Did you hear me talking to you? Nothing, I'm going to the bathroom. Wait for me here. Just stay here and don't go anywhere. Oh? Then hurry up. Lu Qingwan stood there and waited. She was very bored. After these few times, she suddenly hated Tao Yanran a little. She used to like her because she was smart, powerful, had many tricks, and was very beautiful. She could make her brother's heart submit to her. She hoped that she could become a heartthrob like her. But now she felt that she was a little hypocritical and stubborn. Her brother had obviously fallen in love with Tao Yuan, but she still had to pretend to be very confident. Who was she pretending for? However, if she didn't rely on Tao Yanran, who could she rely on? Her brother didn't like anyone else. Before dealing with Tao Yuan, she had an internal conflict with Tao Yanran. She wasn't that stupid. Why isn't he out yet? So troublesome. Lu Qingwan looked left and right in boredom. She accidentally saw Tao Yuan talking and laughing intimately with another man. It was another man that she had never seen before. How many men did Tao Yuan have? What made Lu Qingwan most upset was that Tao Yuan was an abandoned woman, but the men around her were all outstanding. Just like this one. He was prettier than Fang Yicheng, and his taste in clothes also showed his identity. His background was definitely not simple. She couldn't even find a man as handsome as him. Lu Qingwan hurriedly took a picture of this scene. Just as she was about to send it to Lu Li, she suddenly remembered that when she complained to him last time, Lu Li scolded her and ordered her not to monitor Tao Yuan anymore. If she sent the picture to him, it would definitely be a thankless effort. What should she do? Tao Yanran had been hiding in the corner, waiting for Lu Qingwan to finish taking the picture before coming out. Let's go. Wait, look, what? Tao Yanran took a look and pretended to be surprised. Why are they together? Do you know that man? I saw him when I stayed at the hotel before. He is also an employee of your hotel. I heard them call him director. I think he is from the Ministry of Commerce. Isn't he in the same department as Tao Yuan? Her previous lover, Fang Yicheng, is also from the Ministry of Commerce. Once he left, she hooked up with another man. Shameless. Let's go and scold her. Don't be rash. We don't want to alert them. Tao Yanran pulled her back. Then what should we do? If I take pictures of them, my brother will not appreciate it. I will be scolded again. My dad will be even more biased towards her. Unless I take pictures of them in bed, he will not believe me. As far as I know, your company has a very popular forum. Forum? You want me to post these pictures on the forum? Alright, why didn't I think of that? Sister Yanran, you are too smart. Lu Qingwan couldn't wait to post the pictures, gloating. Humph, let's see how this cheating couple can stay in the company. In the end, Ouyang Shua paid and helped Tao Yuan carry the bag like a gentleman. Tao Yuan wasn't used to letting a man she didn't know pay for her. How about I give you the cash? It's a total of 830. This money is not even enough for a cup of coffee. It's your business that you have money, but I can't take advantage of you. I like it when you take advantage of me. Why did she feel that every word he said was so evil? Perhaps it was because he had a feminine and evil face, so everything he said seemed so indecent? Money? You are not even menopause and you are already so long-winded? I said no need, so no need. If we don't talk about money, we are still good friends. Tao Yuan could only give up. Then I will treat you to dinner. Chapter 537. Usually, Tao Yuan would have a simple set meal, but this time she wanted to return the money, so she chose a good Western restaurant according to the standard of 800 yuan. Ouyang Shua ordered a bottle of red wine as soon as he sat down. Tao Yuan peeked at the price, which was more than 4,000 yuan. For him, it should be the cheapest wine, but her heart still ached. If she had known, she would have forced the money into his hands. Her monthly salary was only about 20,000 yuan. How could she afford a meal of 5,000 yuan? She was forcing herself to be brave. She would just pretend that those clothes were all bought at the original price. Ouyang Shua saw her heartache and teased her. You said you would treat us. But I didn't say I would drink red wine. I can't eat without wine. Will you run away halfway? Not to that extent. At most, she would never go to Western restaurants with him again. The atmosphere during the meal was quite good, mainly because Ouyang Shua had made a good impression on Tao Yuan by going shopping with him, so her attitude towards him was gentler than before. The timing seemed fine. Plus, she had drunk some wine and was in a good mood, so Tao Yuan seized the opportunity to say, "Can you be my date at the New Year's Eve dinner? You have been hesitating for the past few days just to ask me this?" He took a sip of red wine, his smile bright and charming. Yes. What's so hard to say? You refused to say it, so I thought you wanted to invite me to be with you. I was still hesitating whether I should say yes or reject with my heart. You are thinking too much. Who knew you would be troubled for so long because of such a small matter? You are not doing this to take revenge on me, are you? Revenge? What do you mean? Logically speaking, Boss Lu is your date. If I snatch his woman, will he hire someone to kill me? Then are you willing to do it? Originally, Tao Yuan thought that Ouyang Shua was the only one who dared to compete with Lu Li, so she wanted to use him as a life-saving straw. But looking at his attitude, she really didn't have much confidence. He swirled the goblet with a mysterious smile. Her throat felt strangely dry and hoarse. After waiting for a long time, she finally heard him speak. Even if I die under a peony flower and become a ghost, I will still be a romantic. How can I bear to refuse your request? So you agree? Tao Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Are you worried about whether I'll agree or not? Could she tell him that she was just worried that Lu Li would laugh at her? In any case, you've already agreed. You can't go back on your word. When it was time to pay the bill, Tao Yuan asked the waiter how much it was. The waiter told her that she didn't need money. Young Master Ouyang is our biggest shareholder here, of course he doesn't need to pay. Tao Yuan was speechless. Didn't I pick this shop? What a coincidence. Ouyang Shua said calmly. Oh, it's the same for the other stores. I'm the major shareholder of all the hotels and restaurants in this district. Just say that you're my friend and all expenses are free. Tao Yuan expressed that she really didn't understand the world of the rich. This time, Tao Yuan drove her own car. Since Ouyang Shua had drunk, she sent him home first. You're here. Do you want to go upstairs for a cup of coffee? It was a meaningful invitation. It's already very late. It's not a problem sooner or later. Are you worried that I have ulterior motives? He lazily unbuckled the seat belt and turned to smile at her. His eyes were filled with an intoxicating gentleness. I don't deny that I have feelings for you. But if you don't agree, I won't force myself on you. Believe me, being with me is definitely safer than being with those so-called honest men. Tao Yuan smiled. Goodbye, good night. Ouyang Shua shrugged and let out a long sigh. Women nowadays are getting harder and harder to deceive. She was amused. Drive carefully. Got it? When Tao Yuan got home and parked her car, she found a Jaguar parked in front of her apartment. X9999. What an awesome license plate. A man was leaning against the door, puffing out smoke. He was wearing a long black trench coat, mysterious and sexy. The weather was freezing. Tao Yuan shivered the moment she got out of the car. She couldn't imagine how cold he was standing there. But her heartache only lasted for a short second. He was used to self-abuse. He should be used to it. She sympathized with him. She really wasn't that kind. She ignored him and swiped her card to enter the door. But a hand dragged her out and the card fell on the ground. What are you doing? She pushed him with her hand. Are you pretending not to see me? Naturally, I can't see what I don't want to see. Oh, if you don't want to see me, then who do you want to see? Ouyang Shuo? Tao Yuan smiled sarcastically. You really can't get tired of the stalking and surveillance drama. Do I still need to spy on you? Your photos have already been taken and posted on the hotel forum. Luli put the phone in front of her. Tao Yuan's eyes widened. In the photo, Ouyang Shuo was standing behind her, protecting her with both hands. They were already very close and he deliberately chose the angle. There were too many enemies. Tao Yuan didn't even need to guess who took the photo. Lu Qingwan, Tao Yanran, Su Meng, and maybe someone she didn't know. There were too many possibilities. I've closed the forum, but someone might have saved it privately. Should I say thank you? You're still treating me with this attitude at a time like this? Lu Li frowned and was a little angry. He was already very tired after arguing with her so many times. So he had been restraining his temper during this period of time, but she was getting more and more out of hand. Did she really think that he wouldn't dare to do anything to her? If you're here to take credit, then I'll say thank you. But if you're questioning me as my husband, then I feel very ridiculous and have nothing to say. The innocent are innocent and the dirty are dirty. I've been questioned all the way here. To be honest, I'm not even interested in explaining these boring scandals. Tao Yuan replied calmly. So it's someone else's fault? Someone is trying to frame you? Then why don't you ask yourself, why did someone have the chance to take such a photo? Why aren't other women as troublesome as you? Fang Yicheng is real, right? That Korean sissy last time is real, right? Now this Ouyang Shuo is also real, right? He's not a character that someone made up out of thin air, right? Will it kill you to keep a distance from them? We're just going shopping together today. Shopping for clothes? When Lu Li saw her innocent look, he got angry and snatched the paper bag from her hand. A few discounted tattered clothes can buy you over? Do you think I won't buy it for you? But why do you need other men to buy it for you? Are you that cheap? She shook her head and smiled. What's important is not how expensive the clothes are or how high-end the place is, but the mood of the person. Yes, I'm happy eating at roadside stalls with Fang Yicheng and shopping at discount shops with Ouyang Shuo. When I'm with you, no matter how luxurious the clothes are, I feel like I'm going to the grave. Are you satisfied with this answer? You. Lu Li gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. What did I do wrong? You're good in every way. It's me who doesn't know what's good for me. It's all my fault. Let's talk about the matter as it is. Don't be sarcastic. Talking about the matter as it is? Well, the reason why I'm getting so much attention is because I'm your wife in name, Lu Li. Once there's any sign of trouble, people will make a big deal out of it. Do you think I'm comfortable living under the watchful eyes of so many people? Lu Li knitted his eyebrows. Are you saying that this is all my fault? It's not a question of who's right and who's wrong. I'm just talking about an objective situation. If I'm just an ordinary person, would I get so much attention? Even if you're an ordinary person, having an affair is shameful. A few of these photos can prove that I'm having an affair. Even if you didn't, others will think that you did. I'm living in my own world, not in someone else's. I'm not a pair of underpants that needs to catch all kinds of shit. You're really broad-minded. Have you considered my feelings? Others are laughing at me for being a cuckold. Tao Yuan sneered. In the end, you're just thinking about your pride. That's easy to solve. Divorce. You. The hostility between Lu Li's brows grew even stronger. His face was almost cramping. You're causing so much trouble just to force me to divorce. If you can choose to continue enduring, then your life can continue. Damn it. Can't you stay away from those men? Isn't it enough for you to have me? How many men do you want to be satisfied? You? Tao Yuan raised her eyelids lazily. Since when do you belong to me? Why didn't I know? I'm your husband. Nominal husband. She immediately corrected herself. Are you a peacemaker, young Master Lu? I'm not Tao Yanran. How can I afford it? I want to start over with you. Lu Li blurted out. Some words that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time could only be said when he was at his most angry. Tao Yuan's heart suddenly trembled, but it was only for a moment. What followed was ridicule. If I remember correctly, before Tao Yanran came back, you also hinted to me like this, right? In the end, you played me and now you're playing the same trick again? Does Tao Yanran know what you're saying? Why should I consider her? Didn't you guys get back together? Who told you that we got back together? Don't use your thinking to guess my decision. This was definitely the funniest lie that Tao Yuan had heard this year. Lu Li and Tao Yanran didn't get back together? Was he teasing her? Did he think that her IQ was still at a 3-year-old? Don't tell me that you guys didn't get back together because you suddenly felt that I was more attractive than Tao Yanran, so you fell in love with me. He couldn't stand her talking about his love in such a contemptuous tone, so he immediately denied it. I didn't fall in love with you. Then you don't love Tao Yanran? Look, there are some things that even people like you can't lie about. I don't know what you're thinking and I'm not interested to know, but my attitude is very clear. I want a divorce. I won't. Then you can only turn a blind eye. I decide what I want to do and I won't be bound by you. Chapter 538. There's no benefit. It's just that I don't care. I just want to live my life the way I like. I don't care what others think of me. I want to go back. Can you return my clothes to me now? She reached out to take it, but Lu Li threw the bag away in a fit of anger. You are crazy. What right do you have to throw my things? Tao Yuan picked it up again. He bought it for you. Do you like it that much? Yes. You've already caused such an embarrassing scene. You still want him to be your partner? Why not? If I deliberately keep a distance from him, won't it cause more misunderstandings? Anyway, no matter how I interact with him, it's wrong. What does it matter? He grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. His eyes were burning with anger. What if I don't allow it? I don't need your permission. Her face had turned pale because of the pain. But she still clenched her teeth, not afraid of him at all. Her stubborn temper also came out. She insisted on going against him. Whether you agree or not, he's my partner. If you're not happy, you can also look for Tao Yanran. Do you think I don't dare? Of course you do. She smiled mockingly. What do you, young Master Lu, not dare to do? Every word and every attitude of hers was like an invisible hand, pushing him towards Tao Yanran. You want me to be with Tao Yanran that much, right? Yes, go look for her. Don't bother me anymore. All right, as you wish. Lu Li was completely infuriated. He flung her hand away and left angrily. Bang! He slammed the car door. Tao Yuan's body quivered. He was a violent madman. After quarreling with Tao Yuan, Lu Li was in a bad mood. He drove on the road, suppressing the urge to turn back and fight with Tao Yuan every second. If it was in the past, he would have already flipped the ceiling of her house. Would she even have the chance to mock and ridicule him? However, his repeated tolerance did not earn him any gratitude from her. Instead, she began to look down on him more and more. Did this damned woman want to ascend to the heavens? The screen lit up, flashing the 3 words Tao Yanran. For the first time, Lu Li felt so annoyed that he didn't want to deal with her. But the phone kept ringing and he finally picked it up. Half an hour later, Tao Yanran sat in Lu Li's passenger seat and apologized. I'm really sorry for calling you over so late at night. I didn't expect the car to suddenly break down. I don't have any other friends in the country, so I can only ask for your help. It's okay. The factory will call you when it's ready. The company's cars have a lot of problems. They often break down. It's a pity that I can't stay in China. Otherwise, I would have bought a better car. Tao Yanran hinted and secretly glanced at Lu Li, but he seemed a little absent-minded and did not answer. Do you remember that you accompanied me when I was learning to drive? At that time, the coach confessed to me. You were very angry and closed their driving school. Later, you personally taught me to drive and accompanied me to take the driving test. It was really overbearing. Getting no response again, Tao Yanran felt bored and had to change the topic. By the way, I received an invitation to your hotel's New Year's Eve dinner today. Is it appropriate for me to go? Why not? My relationship with you. After all, I am your ex-girlfriend. I'm afraid of being gossiped, and Uncle probably doesn't want to see me. Since when do you care about other people's opinions? Tao Yanran asked with a smile. Am I a very casual person in your eyes? Come on, do I also consider the impact? Lu Li thought sarcastically. Even Tao Yanran, who had always been bold, knew to consider these things, but Tao Yuan did not. Instead, she wanted things to become more and more serious. He really could not understand her now. Do you mean, you want me to go? Her eyes were very charming. The long and narrow shape of her eyes always reminded people of animals like foxes. It was very attractive. It's up to you. Who was your female companion that night? Tao Yuan? Not her. Then who was it? You alone? I have a lot of pursuers around me, but I don't like any of them. If you are not afraid of Mrs. Lu's anger, we can be together. Thinking that Tao Yuan had always pushed him to Tao Yanran, Lu Li almost agreed. She asked Ouyang Shua to be her male companion. Wouldn't he bring Tao Yanran? Who was afraid of who? However, he still did not want to intensify the conflict with her on this matter. In the end, reason prevailed. Forget it. He actually rejected her. Tao Yanran's face completely froze. She had already taken the initiative. What else did he want her to do? Did he want her to take off her clothes to please him? Lu Qingwan was right. Lu Li had really changed. Even if he still loved her, he was not as infatuated with her as before. In his heart, there was already a place for Tao Yuan, and it was even about to surpass her. Her hands on her knees were clenched tightly. After a long time, she barely squeezed out a smile. I was just joking. It's not certain whether I will go or not. I used to like to attend these banquets, but now I'm not so enthusiastic. I think it's boring. It's better to stay at home with the person I like and rest quietly. Don't you think so? And? It was Tao Yanran's voice beside his ears. But in Lu Li's heart, he was thinking how good it would be if he could quietly be with Tao Yuan. Her temper was really terrible. It was very precious to be able to spend a good second with her. After the Cold War with Lu Yenting for half a month, Su Baihe decided to take the initiative to ask for peace. She specially injected hundreds of thousands of yuan into her face, changed into a thin black nightdress, sprayed some perfume and lay on the bed in a very sexy manner. Lu Yenting walked in. I'll leave after I get this document. Su Baihe quickly got up. Don't go. Are you still angry with me? We've been married for so many years. Don't you know me? I'm impatient. My temper comes and goes quickly. I'm already so old. Why are we still in a Cold War? She put her face up to him. Look at my face. What's different? There's nothing different. You're so annoying. I just had a facial recently. Don't you think I look much younger? And rest early. Don't go. Su Baihe held his arm. It's all my fault. Can you forgive me? Let's not sleep in separate beds, okay? Okay, you rest first. I'll come after I finish my work. Why are you so insensitive? Su Baihe took the document from his hand, put it aside, and took the initiative to take off his clothes. Hubby, we haven't been for a long time. Don't you want to? She felt very good about herself and took the initiative to beg. After all, they were an old couple. Lu Yenting didn't like it. It's already very late. He pressed her hand down. So you have to hurry? Stop it. What do you mean? You're not interested in me anymore, are you? You have a woman outside? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Which of your friends don't have a girlfriend outside? They're all girls in their 20s. You like young ones too, right? Su Baihe became more and more jealous. Yes, I'm old. I'm not as young and beautiful as those girls. Do you dislike me? Men are all the same, heartless. You're getting more and more ridiculous. I'm ridiculous? Humph, don't think I don't know that you're very close to that secretary in your company. You often bring her on business trips. I'm doing it for work. You can bring a male assistant. Why her? Do you stay together when you're on business trips? You? I can't be bothered with you. Su Baihe blocked in front of him. It's like this every time. You leave when you feel guilty. You like that kind of girl, right? You're as good at pretending as Tao Yuan. Lu Yenting frowned. Why are you talking about Yuan out of nowhere? Didn't she drug you? No matter what, she's the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. How can she live outside? I think she's living with her adulterer. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. The hotel forum is in chaos. Don't you know? See for yourself. Su Baihe handed the phone to Lu Yenting. He was shocked. Who took this? It doesn't matter who took it. What's important is that she hooked up with another man. I heard that this man is from the same department as her. If I were to say she should look for someone further away. She insisted on looking for the hotel. Is she trying to embarrass Ali? She's already riding on your son. Why don't you ask them to get a divorce? Lu Yinting frowned. If it was someone else in the scandal he would not believe it. But it must not be Ouyang Shura. There was no possibility at all. Because I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Why are you dumbfounded? Didn't expect that you're protecting such a woman? Lu Yinting came back to his senses and said angrily, "What can these photos prove? You must be too bored to believe those people's lies. You've already been photographed. Why are you still defending her? What kind of drug did she give you? I don't want to talk to you about this. Go to sleep." Lu Yinting rushed out of the door. He could not calm down for a long time. He had confidence in Tao Yuan's character. But Ouyang Shua, because of what happened in the past, he had always been angry with him. It was hard to say that he did not deliberately get close to Tao Yuan. Things had become complicated. The next day when Tao Yuan just entered the office, she noticed some strange gazes. Lin Weiwei rushed over. "Sister Yuan, don't go to work today." "Why?" It's Su Meng." Before she could finish her words, Su Meng had already rushed over angrily. "Tao Yuan, you still have the face to come to work?" That expression made it seem as if Tao Yuan had killed her whole family. She calmly glanced at him and maintained her formal smile. "Why don't I have the face?" Still pretending to be stupid. "Everyone has seen the photos on the forum. So? What does this have to do with me going to work? You're still in the right to seduce director? Your so-called seduction is just your imagination. And those photos were deliberately chosen by someone. To be honest, this kind of trick is quite boring. After all, we're not high school students anymore. If you want to frame me, you should use a more advanced method." Chapter 539. You only know how to accuse others of framing you. You and the director are very intimate. Everyone in the office can see that. The more Su Meng scolded, the calmer Tao Yuan looked. "I'm not sure if they can see that Ouyang Shura and I are intimate, but they can definitely see that you like Ouyang Shura." "How dare I? I'm single. I have the right to like him. You're a married woman, yet you're still flirting here. Don't you have any shame? What does that have to do with you? Are you also the director of the Women's Federation, or are you going through menopause early? Why are you so nosy?" Snickers were heard all around. Su Meng's face turned red and white. She couldn't win against Tao Yuan in an argument, so she simply took action and slapped her. Tao Yuan's reaction was very fast. Just as she was about to dodge, another hand caught Su Meng's wrist in midair. Her nose was filled with a bewitching smell. "Ouyang? Noisy early in the morning. You're in a good mood." Ouyang Shua sneered. No matter what kind of environment he was in, his careless attitude gave him the most unique charm. "Let go of me, I want to teach her a lesson." Su Meng twisted her wrist a few times. "Let go of me, why are you protecting her? This woman has a foot in both boats and is playing with your feelings. She will tarnish your reputation. As the person involved, I have no opinion. Why are you so angry? I love you." Su Meng's eyes were red. The person she loved was protecting the person she hated the most. This was a fatal injury to her. She had never had a relationship that made her so painful. Her heart was torn. "You still have to ask me. Do I love you? If I don't love you, you're being nosy. How can you say such a thing to me? Even if you don't love me, at least I'm helping you. She is the president's wife. If you have an affair with her, the president will not let you go. You're asking for trouble." "That's more exciting, isn't it?" Ouyang Shua replied indifferently. His smile always had a hint of madness. He was like a handsome madman, and only playing with fire could make him feel excited. Su Meng was trembling with anger. "Do you like her? What's wrong with me? Am I not comparable to her? Let's not talk about anything else. Just your self-righteousness and your ruckus are enough to make me lose my appetite. We're colleagues. I didn't want to say it so harshly, but among all the women I hate, you're the one I hate the most." Even Tao Yuan, a bystander, felt that it was cruel, not to mention how much it hurt Su Meng. Su Meng covered her face and ran away crying. Ouyang Shua acted as if nothing had happened, still smiling like a spring breeze. "Isn't it a little too much to say that?" Tao Yuan followed him into the office. "Am I going too far?" "I don't think so." He shrugged and sat down in the large office chair. "That's already being polite. There were even worse things that I didn't say." Any woman who falls in love with you is destined to have her heart broken by you. Tao Yuan thought of herself in the past. Just like Su Meng, she fell in love with someone who hated her and was destined to be tortured. She could empathize with Su Meng's pain and she felt it even more deeply. That's what I said, but they're still circling around me like moths to a flame and I'm quite annoyed. Of course that's only for them. It's different for you. Don't say such things again. It's precisely because of your attitude that people suspect our relationship. How about we forget about having a male partner? Ouyang Shua's lips curled upwards. Do you think it's appropriate to dump me midway? I'm also doing it out of consideration for each other's reputation. It's better to avoid arousing suspicion. I've never cared about what others say. His arrogant tone and attitude reminded Tao Yuan of Lu Li. She felt that their contemptuous expressions were very similar. But upon a closer look, she felt that it was different. Perhaps it was because they were equally conceited. Actually, I asked you to be my male partner just to spite him. She confessed. I used you. You think I don't know? But I'm honored to be used by you. What kind of structure was his brain made of? What? Don't tell me it's because you want to help me. I don't believe it. Tell me the truth, do you and Lu Li have some grudge against each other? Are you using me to deal with him? She's not stupid, Ouyang Shua thought indifferently. But the time was not ripe yet. Of course he would not reveal his true intentions. He chuckled lightly. I'm thinking, what kind of tragic things have you experienced in the past for you to be so guarded now? Does everyone look like a conspirator to you? You're really paranoid. I suggest you see a psychiatrist. It's not bad to be wary of others, especially you. You make people have to be more vigilant. If you have such intentions, you're looking for the wrong person. Lu Li and I are just a nominal couple. We'll divorce soon. His sweetheart is someone else. It's more useful for you to find her. Don't waste your time on me. I don't want to be implicated by him. Women are all selfish. At critical times, they only think about self-preservation. Ouyang Shua teased. But your guess is wrong. I'm not interested in Lu Li. I'm only interested in you. Also, I don't like the feeling of being dumped halfway. So, your male partner can only be me. As usual, Tao Yuan worked overtime until 7 o'clock. After a busy day, she felt dizzy. She frowned and walked out of the company. Honk, the sound of a car horn startled her. A certain annoying man was sitting in a luxury car. With a domineering attitude, he lazily waved at her. The traffic was congested during the rush hour, which meant that she had to spend more time with Lu Li. In addition, they were in a confined space. Tao Yuan was a little impatient. On the contrary, the man in the driver's seat seemed to be in a good mood. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised and the corners of his eyes were shining. He turned to look at her. She quickly looked away. If you want to see, then do it openly. Why do you do it so sneakily? Do you have a guilty conscience? She was too lazy to say that he was narcissistic. Dad suddenly called us home today. What's the matter? I'm not sure. He shrugged and turned right. This is not the way home. Well, let's go for dinner first. Aren't we going home for dinner? She was forced to get into his car because they were going home together. The new auntie's cooking is terrible. I don't want to poison my stomach. Tao Yuan felt that it was an excuse. She pursed her lips. You're lying, right? Aha. He actually admitted it shamelessly. Then I'll get off in front and take a taxi. We're already here. Do you think it's too late to escape? Lu Li pointed to a Chinese restaurant by the roadside. Let's go there. During the meal, Tao Yuan was very angry. She did not give Lu Li a good look and kept urging him to hurry up. But the more anxious she was, the slower he was. Look at you. You have a bitter face even when eating. No wonder you're not liked. No one is begging you to like me. You tricked me into your car. What face do you want me to give you? If you think I look bad, go find Tao. He looked over with a hint of warning in his eyes. Tao Yuan could only swallow the words Yanran back down her throat. She thought uncomfortably in her heart. Tao Yanran was his darling, but she did not even deserve to mention her name? Oh, she was really looking forward to seeing his shocked expression when Tao Yanran's true colors were revealed. Just thinking about it made her excited. What bad ideas are you up to now? You're snickering. Lu Li was as shrewd as a fox. He observed her words and expressions without batting an eyelid. He took in her every slightest expression and saw through her thoroughly. What's wrong with that? Is it a crime for me to laugh? What? Are you afraid? He did not care. I'm afraid. I'm afraid that you'll shoot yourself in the foot. Keep your evil ideas to yourself. You won't get away with it. That's not necessarily true. Let's wait and see. Let's eat. Don't talk. I don't have so much time to waste with you. Finally, it was dinner time. Tao Yuan ran to the car, but Luli was still standing at the door of the restaurant. He looked at her with a smile like a monkey watching a circus. Why are you still standing there? Go home. It's still early. You ate well and are in a good mood. How about going to a movie? If it was before, Tao Yuan would probably faint from happiness. But now she had an expression of, are you crazy? Why did you suddenly have such a strange idea? The cinema is just across the street. It's just right. Luli walked over and held her hand. Tao Yuan shivered as if she had been electrocuted. Previously, he had been grabbing her wrist savagely, but now he was holding her hand gently, just like an ordinary couple. She was not used to it and her ears couldn't help but turn red. She shrunk back and wanted to pull her fingers out of his palm. However, Luli held it more firmly. Cross the road. Don't move. I won't help you if you get hit by a car. The man looked at her from the corner of his eyes. His face was soaked by the street lights, revealing a moving expression. On this cold night, he was gentler than usual. Tao Yuan mumbled softly. Then I'd rather be hit by a car. Are you cold? Ha! Is your hand cold? He asked naturally. Being held by him, not only was her palm hot, but her whole body was hot. How could it be cold? She answered in her heart. But the next second he put her hand into his coat pocket. It's warm now, right? He tilted his head and smiled at her. Tao Yuan felt like she was in a dream. Every step she took was stepping on clouds. It was so unreal and she was a little dazed. After crossing the road, he still did not let go of her hand. Tao Yuan walked to the entrance of the cinema and refused to go in. I don't want to watch a movie. I want to go home. Why? Do you still need to ask? It's so awkward for us to watch a movie together. It's weird just thinking about it. Besides, you don't look like a romantic person. Luli smiled and asked with interest. Then what do you think I should be like? A working machine? A cold-blooded and heartless demon? She nodded. You're really not suitable for romance. It gives me a very creepy feeling. I'm not as boring as you say. It's okay if you don't get used to it at the beginning. You'll get used to it slowly. After saying this, he dragged her into the cinema. The weather was cold and there were not many people in the cinema. They were all young couples. Watching a movie was a date, right? So Tao Yuan felt uncomfortable all over. She was on a date with Luli? It was scarier than a thriller. Chapter 540. The fastest movie will end at 11 o'clock. Let's go. Tao Yuan had just taken her hand out of his pocket when he pulled it back. 11 o'clock it is. What's the hurry? Are you in a hurry? She answered silently in her heart. She wasn't in a hurry, she just didn't want to stay with him. What do you want to watch? Luli decided to respect her opinion. Even if she chose a stupid romance movie that he despised the most, he would accompany her to the end. Tao Yuan looked at the screen and hesitated for a while. Is a horror movie okay? Luli replied with a satisfied smile. Your taste in choosing movies is as good as your taste in choosing a husband. Was this a disguised compliment? He was really thick-skinned. Go and buy the tickets. I'll wait here. Luli saw through her lie at one glance. In fact, he didn't even need to use his brain to speculate. Her guilty eyes had already betrayed everything. Do you think your promise has any credibility with me? As he spoke, he held her hand again. He didn't let go even when they were buying the tickets. The girl at the ticket counter looked envious. Tao Yuan, however, was very depressed. What was there to be envious about? He was treating her like a prisoner. After buying the tickets, popcorn and drinks, the two entered the cinema. There were not many people in the cinema. There were only a few couples scattered around. Their seats were near the front and there was no one around. Tao Yuan furrowed her brows. Why did you buy such a front seat? It's tiring to look up at the screen. The man replied with a meaningful tone. Do you really think I'm here to watch a movie? Tao Yuan pondered carefully. What he said seemed very evil. The movie began. Tao Yuan was immediately attracted by the plot. She was very engrossed in watching and didn't even blink. When she was at the most nervous moment, she suddenly heard a faint voice beside her ear. If you're afraid, you can hug me. She let out a chuckle. If you're afraid, you can hug me. He considered for a second. That's fine. As he spoke, he wanted to hug her, but Tao Yuan dodged him. After that, the man around her began to get restless, looking for all kinds of opportunities to take advantage of her. Tao Yuan was cautious. As soon as she noticed that his right hand was about to hold her shoulder, she pretended to bend over to tie her shoelaces. If he wanted to kiss her, she would stuff popcorn into her mouth. No matter what, she would not let him have his way. After a few times, Lu Li's desire was not satisfied. The delicious food was right in front of his mouth, but he couldn't eat it no matter how hard he tried. He was so hungry that his heart was itching to death. Didn't Lin Yuqing say that the cinema was the most exciting place? However, that was not the case at all. Right now, his lower abdomen was tight and it was extremely uncomfortable. He could only give up for now and focus on pressing down for the entire second half. The movie finally ended. Tao Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. How was she watching a movie just now? She had obviously acted. It was too tiring. Neither of them mentioned it again. Tao Yuan said dryly, "The movie wasn't bad. There's a horror movie next week. Come again if you like it. We'll talk about it next time." She quickened her pace, but he held her hand again and caught up with her. The two of them walked out of the cinema. Lu Li was in a good mood and suggested to take a walk. Not long after, it started to rain. They could only take shelter under the canopy of a small shop. "It's all your fault. Why did you want to take a walk? Now you can't walk anymore, right?" The weather was cold to begin with. With the addition of the rain, Tao Yuan was so cold that she was shivering. Lu Li took off his coat and put it on her. She pushed him. "No need, I have a coat. You'll feel cold in a suit. I'm not afraid of the cold. Don't worry about me." He pulled it tightly for her. "Who's worried about you?" Tao Yuan pouted. The scent that belonged to her on the coat seeped into her nose and seeped into her body, messing up her heartbeat. Her body trembled even more than before. It was not because of the cold, but the trembling of her soul. He stood in front of her, blocking the light. In the backlight, the pure black suit made his figure look straight. His face was a little blurry, but she could feel his warmth. She was not a woman who was easily moved, but this Lu Li could easily move her heart. She had to use all her strength to fight against her feelings. The coat wrapped her whole body, making her look like a petite doll. She looked delicate and adorable, making his heart soften. This kind of tenderness was very foreign to Lu Li, but at this moment he only wanted to use all his tenderness to dote on her and protect her. The feelings between the two of them intertwined. In the cold and rainy night, their hearts were like a cluster of flames, making their chests warm and bright. He gently brushed the hair behind her ear. His fingers touched her cheek, and she subconsciously shrank into the collar. "Ahem," she cleared her throat uncomfortably. "The movie tonight is not bad. It doesn't matter to me what the movie is about." His eyes were pitch black, deep and sincere, but within that pitch black darkness, there was a bright light. "I just want you to know that eating at the food stalls, shopping for discounted clothes, eating and watching movies, I'm willing to accompany you." It was still raining. The pitter-patter also fell on the hearts of the two of them. Tao Yuan looked at that sincere face. Her heart felt as though it was being gripped by his hand. It tightened and her whole body was palpitating. A strange warmth was fermenting in her heart, and like a tide, it wrapped around her tightly. It was so hot that she could not breathe. She saw sincerity and even love in his eyes. It was like a whirlpool sucking her in. She almost believed that this man loved her. Almost. At the last moment, it was her rationality that prevailed. The last time she also had the same illusion, which was why she was so hurt. She swore that she would never be fooled by this man's sweet words again. She felt touched for a moment, but she suppressed her guard and slowly turned into another feeling. She laughed mockingly. "Are you comparing yourself with them? So eager to prove that you're better than them?" The warm atmosphere was broken in an instant. Lu Li did not expect that she would misinterpret his meaning like that, and he could not help but frown. "I'm not comparing myself with them. But in my opinion, that's what you mean. You're not willing to be outdone by them, and you want to prove that you're better than them in everything, even if it's something that you look down on. Today you've done such a big circle just to prove this point. It's really been hard on you." This sarcasm made Lu Li feel unhappy, but more than that, he was disappointed. "Must you twist my intentions like this?" How much did she hate him to think that everything he did was wrong and made her feel so disgusted? Once bitten, twice shy. "Even if you think that I don't know what's good for me, it's still because you taught me." She tried hard to make herself laugh without a care in the world. She made light of all the hurt she had suffered in the past. "The rain won't stop for a while. Let's go." He stood in front of her and did not move. He stared straight at her, and half of his shoulder was still drenched by the rain. Tao Yuan sighed and could only crawl under his armpit. But at that moment she suddenly heard a loud noise above her head, and a piece of the canopy on the right collapsed. Just as she was stunned, the man's strong body had already pounced on her and pressed her to the ground, using his whole body to protect her. The rain mixed with a thick smell of blood filled the entire world. At the hospital, Tao Yuan sat in the corridor. She had already changed into clean clothes and she was rubbing her cold fingers. When it happened, Lu Li had protected her under his body and used his back to block the falling canopy. A steel bar had stabbed into his right shoulder, and she had hurriedly called 120. The doctor walked out of the ward and said that Lu Li had a slight concussion and a few scratches on his body. However, his right shoulder was more seriously injured, and he needed to be hospitalized for a few days. When she entered, the nurse was treating his wounds. His head was bandaged and there were a few pieces of gauze on his body. His right shoulder was in a cast. He was badly injured, but he was still in good spirits. When she entered, he even smiled at her. Tao Yuan stood at the door nervously, like a child who had done something wrong. "Why are you still standing there? Come here." She was very obedient this time. She walked in front of him and asked hesitantly, "Does it hurt?" "This injury is nothing. It doesn't hurt at all. The doctor said that your right shoulder is more seriously injured." "Do you believe the doctor's words? They like to exaggerate." The nurse said. "No, it's not exaggerated at all. If that steel bar had been inserted a little deeper, your right shoulder would have been crippled." Tao Yuan's little face turned pale, and she blamed herself even more. "Don't move around. Have a good rest. If there's anything, ask your lover to help you." The nurse said a few words and left. Tao Yuan put her hands behind her, twisting them uneasily. After a long time she squeezed out a sentence. "I'm sorry. Actually, you didn't have to." "Didn't have to what? Am I still a man if I watch my wife get hurt?" His tone was very arrogant when he said this, and Tao Yuan felt a lump in her throat. She could be sure that some of the things that Lu Li did before had his own purpose. But this time, it was an instinctive reaction in a critical moment, and it couldn't be faked. He used his life to protect her, which meant that she more or less had a place in his heart. She couldn't help but be moved. "Why are your eyes red? Are you so moved that you're crying?" He teased. "Of course not. Don't you know what time it is? I stayed up late. You're such a heartless woman. I've already saved the damsel in distress. Can't you lie to me?" "What's the point of lying to you? Everything was fine. I went home by myself and nothing happened. It was you who wanted to eat, watch a movie, and take a walk. That's why so many things happened. You even sent yourself to the hospital. You're asking for trouble. I find that I don't like to listen to your words." Lu Li's thin lips curled up. Even though he was injured all over, even though he was wearing a snow-white hospital gown, he was still handsome and eye-catching. He was not as arrogant as usual but had more warmth. "Tell me, is it appropriate for you to blame a patient? What's inappropriate about it? I'm just reminding you that you won't die if you don't seek death. Don't cause trouble in the future." Lu Li thought to himself, if he didn't cause trouble, would he have the chance to be alone with her? Although he didn't like what she said, as long as she was by his side and he could look at her quietly, he would feel very satisfied. He didn't feel that his love was petty at all, and he was willing to compromise. He pinched his eyebrows. "Why do I suddenly feel a little dizzy? Didn't the doctor say that you have a concussion? Don't move." Tao Yuan hurried over to help him. Chapter 541. I'm afraid I can't be alone tonight. What if something unexpected happens? A concussion can be serious. He looked at her secretly with half-lidded eyes. I'll stay. You still have some conscience. I didn't save you for nothing. Don't talk and lie down. Where are you sleeping tonight? The sofa. You will freeze to death without a quilt. Then I'll get it from the nurse. This was the VIP ward, so Tao Yuan wasn't worried about these problems at all. The nurse must be tired. It's not appropriate to trouble others. Since this bed is big enough, I can reluctantly accept you sharing the bed with me. His eyes and tone made it seem that it was her greatest honor to share the bed with him. She should be grateful, but Tao Yuan obviously wouldn't be fooled by him. Thank you for your kindness, but I can't sleep well. If I accidentally touch your wound, it will be terrible. If I hug you tightly, you won't be able to move. I'm not used to sharing a bed with others, and I'm not used to hugging to sleep. I will have insomnia if I do that. She pressed her finger against his lips. Don't say that. I won't sleep with you. The man grabbed her soft little hand and kissed it. Tao Yuan felt a current running through her body and hurriedly pulled her hand back. I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. It's too far. What if you're sleeping too soundly and can't hear me? We're all in the same room. How can I not hear you? You're asking for a mile when you give me an inch. I don't care. I'm a patient. I can do whatever I want. Lu Li simply played the rogue. Tao Yuan knew that he was more stubborn than her, so she could only compromise. Then I'll move the sofa over, okay? Why can't a husband and wife sleep in the same bed? Because we are different from other couples. After saying this, Tao Yuan put down her bag and went to push the sofa. It wasn't until the sofa was next to the bed that Lu Li was satisfied. She asked the nurse for a quilt and pillow and made her little bed. It's late. Go to sleep. My back is itchy. Come and scratch it for me. Sighing, she walked over and poked him twice in the back. Here. It's useless through the clothes. Put your hand in. My hands are very cold. It's okay. Tao Yuan had no choice but to put her hand into his clothes. As soon as her cold fingers touched his skin, she felt his body tighten. He let out a low humph. I told you it was cold. When I was waiting for the news in the corridor, I was so nervous that my palms were sweating. When he heard this, he felt happy and smiled, revealing his neat white teeth. Are you worried about me? Yeah, I'm worried that my name won't be on your will after you die. Wouldn't that be a loss for me? Other than money, there's nothing else I want from you. Don't you find my body more attractive? Tao Yuan shook her head without giving him any face. Not at all. But now, touching his back, every muscle was as hard as iron. The lines of his muscles were clear, containing the wild and majestic power of a man, making people blush uncontrollably. His body temperature gradually warmed up her palms, and that heat drilled into her brain. This seemed to be the first time she had touched his body directly. Stop, this is called tickling, not caressing. Why are you blushing? I'm not. Tao Yuan mumbled, wondering if he had eyes on the back of his head. She knew it. Have you scratched enough? It's not itchy anymore, right? There's a place that's very itchy and I can't stop it, he said. Tao Yuan's face suddenly turned red and she slapped him. Why are you so evil? I'm talking about my heart. What do you think I'm talking about? What are you thinking about? He had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were burning with evil intentions, which made Tao Yuan's cheeks hot. The most annoying thing about him was that he was the one who deliberately led her to an evil place, but he said it as if it was her problem. It was really annoying. Hey you should go to sleep, Em. He actually pinched her lips. Tao Yuan blinked her big black and white eyes, looking at him innocently. Yo, what are you doing? He tugged his thin lips and his upper body slowly moved closer, landing on her lips. It seemed like a kiss, but it wasn't. He moved his lips gently, blowing hot air towards the tip of her nose. Tao Yuan was so nervous that her throat tightened. Her palms were hot and her fingers curled into fists. She was going crazy. Your little mouth is more suitable for kissing than scolding people, he said as if he wanted to kiss her again, but he didn't really kiss her. Late at night in the hospital ward. In Tao Yuan's eyes, there was only the charming curve of Lu Li's lips, which went all the way to the bottom of her heart. It was as if someone was holding a feather, gently tickling the tip of her heart. It was slow and numb and her back was numb. Actually, it wasn't the first time she felt such a throbbing. Every time he had the intention, she couldn't help but fall into his trap. Just like at this moment, he was actually pinching her lips, his fingertips moving lightly and heavily on her thin lips. Occasionally they would touch her teeth and she could taste the taste of his fingers. Lu Li also couldn't help himself. This was a game, but she wasn't the only one who fell into it, he was included as well. He liked her stubborn look, and he also liked her quietness at this moment, like an obedient child. Tao Yuan really thought that he was going to kiss her, but he didn't. In the end, he smiled and gently let go of her, saying in a deep voice, Do you know that if you look at a man with such an innocent gaze, he will want to pounce on you? Her throat was choking. It's a pity that I'm injured today, or else our first time would be in the hospital, he said seriously. Tao Yuan suddenly sobered up and pushed him away with her burning hot fingers. Who's going to have their first time with you? Dream on. If I have the intention to seduce you, do you think you can resist me? He raised his eyebrows with a hint of conceit, a little hateful, but frivolous enough to make one's heart flutter. Tao Yuan ignored him, turned off the lights and crawled under the covers. But obviously after being teased by him, Her mind was in a mess and she couldn't fall asleep at all. The heat on her face had not subsided yet, and her entire face was burning hot, her heart beating very fast. Thump, thump, thump. She even felt that in such a quiet night he could hear her heartbeat. "Give me your right hand." "What? Right hand?" He placed his left hand on the edge of the bed, just above her head, and waved his hand. "I want to hold hands." Tao Yuan blinked twice, a little confused by what he meant. "Hold hands? What? Don't tell me you're afraid of the dark." "No reason, I just want to hold hands." "Give me your hand." "I don't want to." It was very childish, okay? Moreover, he had said before that holding hands was something only elementary school students would do. Adults would just roll in the sheets. "I want to hold hands." The feeling of holding her hand all the way here was very warm, very wonderful. Her fingers were soft and had a unique warmth that filled the hole in his heart. "I refuse." "You know, I can hold on like this for one night." Tao Yuan was speechless and she was forced to stretch out her hand. Just as she touched his fingertips, he caught it in her palm and held it tightly. Perhaps it was the darkness that magnified her senses. Z. An electric current jumped out from her palm and rushed to her head. Luli laughed. "Your hand is quite warm and it feels comfortable to hold." "Of course, who's as rough as you?" "It's so uncomfortable." "Nonsense, this is a man's hand. How can it be compared to your sissy boy toy?" Tao Yuan chose to ignore his use of this as a pretext. After a while. "Are you done holding hands?" Most of her arm was exposed to the air, and it was about to freeze. Oh. Afraid that she would break free, he held her hand tighter as if it was the only warmth in his life. If he could, he really wanted to do this for the rest of his life. "I'm cold." "Then get on the bed and sleep with me." "I'm not sleeping with you." "I'm not sleeping with you. It's just sharing a bed." "It won't be cold if we hold hands under the blanket." She clicked her tongue. "Why are you so troublesome? You're not a child, why do you have to hold hands when you sleep?" "I'm a patient and I need special care." He said something very shocking and it was coquettish, making Tao Yuan shiver. He was obviously a big bad wolf, so why was he pretending to be a little lamb? He was not ashamed at all. The two of them were in a deadlock for a while, and in the end Tao Yuan couldn't stand the cold and wavered. "Your right hand is injured and it will touch the wound." "My sleeping posture is really bad." "You sleep on my left." "Are you sure?" "I'm not responsible if it breaks." "No, you have to be responsible for me." She climbed onto the bed, shivering. The blanket was warm and comfortable. No wonder it was said that you must find a man to warm your bed in winter. A man's body temperature was higher than a woman's and it was very hot. When she slept alone, if she didn't have an electric blanket or a hot water bottle, she wouldn't be able to survive the night. She thought silently, was warming the bed his only use? However, lying on the same bed like this, she really felt uncomfortable all over. She was like a hedgehog in a state of alertness. "Why are you so tense?" "No one wants to force you." She also wanted to relax, but the big bad wolf was next to her. It would be strange if she could relax. "Give me your hand." "No, I'm not used to it." The man didn't say anything and directly touched her under the blanket. Hey, where are you touching?" "My hand." "Why is my hand there?" "Are you deliberately taking advantage of me?" "Hey, you're still, She gasped and tried to push his claws away. "Don't you feel uncomfortable sleeping with your underwear on?" "That's my business. You don't have to care if I feel uncomfortable or not. If you touch me again, I'll scream." "Scream as loud as you can. It's just nice for the people around to hear how intense our married life is." You're shameless." Actually, Luli didn't know where exactly he touched, but he was still in a good mood since he took advantage of her. Her body was really soft. She looked thin, but she was still quite fleshy. It felt very good to touch. In her memory, this was the first time they really slept on the same bed, and the feeling was really indescribably strange. Moreover, she was really not used to sleeping alone. Her whole body was stiff and didn't move. Originally, she thought that she was destined to sleep until dawn, but his breath had a kind of calming power. Her eyelids became heavier and unknowingly she fell asleep. Listening to the even breathing beside her ear, Luli turned his body and she also turned her body. The two of them faced each other very close. With the moonlight outside the window, he could see her baby-like face, and there was a relaxed smile on the corner of her mouth. "Good night." Chapter 542. After work, Tao Yuan bought some porridge and went to the hospital. The nurse was making the bed and Lu Li was reading a document in his hand. The injured tiger was still the king of beasts, majestic and handsome. Tao Yuan couldn't help looking at him for a while. "Mr. Lu, your lover is here," the nurse said. Lu Li put down the document and teased. "I know, she has been peeping at me for a while." The sly smile on his face made Tao Yuan blush. She thought that this man was really hateful. She walked over, put the thermos on the bedside table, opened it, poured a bowl of porridge and handed it to him. "Here, drink it. You always rush me at work, really?" Lu Li looked at his arm. "I am a patient. Don't you still have your left hand? Patients need special care." He said this again. "You have to feed me," the nurse teased. "Mr. Lu is acting like a spoiled child." Tao Yuan mumbled in a low voice. "His concussion has worsened." Although she was reluctant, she put down the bag and fed the porridge to a certain giant baby, but she was also troubled by him. One moment he said that the porridge was too hot and he said that she murdered her husband, and the next moment he said that today's porridge was not as good as before. Anyway, he used all kinds of excuses. Tao Yuan was speechless. The nurse said enviously, "You and your wife are so close, Mr. Lu loves you very much." Tao Yuan just wanted to say hee hee. In this era where appearance was important, Lu Li was always right. She felt bitter in her heart. After the porridge was finished and the nurse left, Lu Li suddenly asked, "How is the preparation for the New Year's Eve party?" "The tasks have been arranged and it is going well. We also invited a few celebrity guests to perform. One of them seems to be your ex-girlfriend." "Are you talking about a bed partner?" He corrected her. "Did you do it on purpose?" "I am not responsible for that part and I just found out. If you don't want your ex-girlfriend to see her, I can replace her." Of course, Lu Li knew who she was talking about. "You really have a sharp tongue. I didn't even say anything. How is that bad? Besides, I'm just being considerate for you. When an ex-girlfriend meets an old lover, the situation will probably be very troublesome." Lu Li said faintly. "Adding a wife would make things even more troublesome, wouldn't they?" "You don't have to worry about that at all. I'm an invisible person. I'm very tactful." "Since you're so tactful, shouldn't you be my female companion?" "Sorry, I already have a partner." Lu Li frowned. "You're still angry with me? I thought we were back together. Did you misunderstand? The matter of Ouyang Shua being my male companion has nothing to do with you, and I'm not trying to spite you. I'll give you a chance to choose again." Tao Yuan pretended to seriously consider it for a while and then smiled. "I choose Ouyang Shua. Are you sure?" "Yes." "After all, I don't think it's good for you to bring two female companions. Also, I don't want the other Miss Tao to misunderstand that I'm competing with her for attention and affect your relationship. Why do you think I'll invite her?" Lu Li was quite speechless at this point. He didn't seem to say that from the beginning to the end. She was the only one who thought so. "Because she's your sweetheart? New Year's Eve is such an important night. Who should you spend it with if not her? Girls are very narrow-minded. If you don't spend New Year's Eve with her, she won't let you go. So you want to spend such an important night with Ouyang Shua?" Lu Li's patience was also exhausted. "Fine, since you want Tao Yanran to be my female companion, then you'll get your wish." In the blink of an eye, it was December 31st, the last day of the old year. Everyone was dressed up for the New Year's Eve dinner. The men gathered in twos and threes, chatting and laughing. The women were all dressed up, beautiful and alluring. There was laughter everywhere, and the air was filled with the fragrance of champagne. Such a night was intoxicating and delightful. Tao Yuan also dressed up for the dinner. She changed from her usual low-key style and wore a deep red V-neck gown. Her skin was as white as jade. The dress was a waist-tight style, outlining her exquisite curves. Under the short skirt were two proud long legs, white as snow, without a single blemish. Her makeup tonight was also quite flirtatious. The purple eyeshadow made her look more mysterious and elegant, charming and moving. Her big watery eyes were captivating. Her plump lips were like a warm and coquettish rose, making people yearn to kiss them. All the men present were kneeling under her long legs. Whenever she smiled at someone, that person's soul would be hooked by her. The male companion beside her was the equally outstanding Ouyang Shura. Even his white suit could not hide his evil and wild charm. His whole body exuded a feminine and mysterious attraction. Danger was his most lethal weapon. He chuckled. "Look, all the men are looking at you. Is it that exaggerated?" Tao Yuan smiled. But as a woman, she had her own vanity. She also enjoyed the feeling of being chased by others. When Ouyang Shua saw her dressed up, he knew that this woman could seduce any man tonight. When she did not put on makeup, she was fresh and beautiful, like a delicate white lotus. But when she put on makeup, she had a different kind of charm, like a little demon. That night, Ouyang Shua felt as if there were claws scratching his heart. It was a little itchy. The last time he felt this way was when he was in his adolescence. So many years of cultivation had been broken by this woman. "I really want to hide you," he said meaningfully, his eyes shining with a strong sense of possessiveness. Even though she was used to his strong gaze, Tao Yuan's body could not help but tremble at this moment. She found an excuse to leave for the time being. Lu Yanting walked over and praised her. "You are indeed the daughter-in-law of our Lu family. You are very beautiful tonight." No matter how Su Baihe and her mother slandered Tao Yuan, he always believed that his judgment was not wrong. Tao Yuan was the kind of girl who was traditional and independent. She could take care of the family virtuously, and she could also be independent in her career. Most importantly, she had a kind heart. Unfortunately, Lu Li did not know how to cherish it. But he believed that it was only a matter of time. A beautiful girl deserved to be treated well by everyone. "Thank you, Dad." "Where is Ali?" I don't know. I didn't come with him." "Oh, you have other male companions tonight?" Tao Yuan did not know how to answer. Ouyang Shua had already walked to his side. "Boss Lu." The corner of his mouth was full of ridicule and sarcasm. Lu Yanting's expression froze. A trace of complexity flashed through his eyes. In the end, he suppressed it and nodded. "Yes, Dad, go get me a glass of champagne," Lu Yanting said gently. But Tao Yuan could hear that he was trying to send her away. It was probably because of the forum that he wanted to talk to Ouyang Shua. She did not know what he would say. But Ouyang Shua was a cunning fox. She did not need to worry about him. She nodded and left. Looking at the son who had been abandoned abroad since he was a child, Lu Yanting felt very guilty. He had never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. He wanted to make it up to him. But once some damage was done, it could not be made up for, especially the damage done in childhood. "Did you arrange tonight's dinner?" "Very good." He tried to find a topic. Ouyang Shua took a sip of champagne. "It's not my credit. It's all sister-in-law's credit." This sister-in-law was very sarcastic. He added with a smile. "Oh, the nominal sister-in-law. I saw the news on the forum last time. I believe that it is not the case. Someone must have done it on purpose. You don't need to find excuses for me. My motives towards her are not pure." Lu Yanting's heart skipped a beat. "Do you know what you are saying? A fair lady is a gentleman's match. This is another prank of yours, isn't it? I know that even if you deliberately get close to her, you are just what?" Ouyang Shua's smile became more and more coquettish. When such a smile appeared on a man's face, it looked very beautiful, coquettish and feminine. Just purposely causing trouble to attract your attention? Even so, it was easy to understand. A child who lacked love in childhood would often have some psychological problems when he grew up. Lu Yanting could see that his son had psychological problems at first sight. "If you think that I am targeting the Lu family, then do you think that I am just playing to the gallery or have some conspiracy?" His eyes were mysterious and unfathomable, giving off a sense of danger. Lu Yanting sighed. "I don't know what you are thinking, but I hope you understand that you are my son. This is a fact that cannot be changed. The Lu family is also your family. We are not your enemy. Is that so? Then introduce me to my big brother and little mother." Lu Yanting's expression was a little awkward. "It's not time yet." "Then when will it be? Don't deceive yourself. An illegitimate child like me can't be exposed to the light at all. So, your assets and family have nothing to do with me." "Of course not. You and Ali are both my sons. Both of you have the right to inherit. See, didn't I arrange for you to work in the hotel? I did not want to avoid responsibility at all. I said so much because I don't want you to get close to Yuan because of your prejudice against me. She is an outsider and she is your sister-in-law. If I am purely attracted to her, don't say such things again." Lu Yanting's expression was very reluctant. "How many times do I have to emphasize that she is your sister-in-law? If you have any ideas about her, you are morally bankrupt." Ouyang Shura shrugged nonchalantly and smiled. "I have no morals to begin with." Lu Yanting could not do anything to him and could only stare at him. He hoped that he was just saying these words in a moment of anger. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tao Yuan brought the champagne over and smelled a hint of gunpowder. Ouyang Shua was still smiling mischievously, but Lu Yenting was restraining his anger. His face was dark and he left without taking the champagne. What did you say to my dad? His face is so ugly. What? Are you afraid that I will bully him? I am just a small employee, how would I dare to offend my superior? You are a person who speaks without thinking. What is there that you do not dare to say? I am warning you, don't talk nonsense. Oh, or else I will ignore you. Tao Yuan only realized that these words were shocking after she said them. Ouyang Shua patted his chest exaggeratedly. Chapter 543. Even though he had an argument with Tao Yuan that day, Lu Li did not invite Tao Yinran to be his female companion. He came alone. Ali. Tao Yinran came in from another entrance and the two coincidentally bumped into each other. She was wearing a long red gown which was very eye-catching. Her hair was tied up with a flower in it, and she looked like a wild Spanish girl. Are you alone? Yes. That's great, I'm alone too. Tao Yinran took advantage of the opportunity to hold his arm, and Lu Li could not refuse. The two of them walked into the banquet hall together, and everyone thought that they came together. The man was handsome and dignified, and the woman was beautiful and flirtatious. What a pleasing couple. The guests present began to gossip in low voices. The CEO and his wife had each brought a dance partner. Did this mean that their marriage had come to an end? Everyone knew that their marriage existed in name only, but on such an important occasion like the New Year's Eve dinner, it did not seem appropriate for them to go their own way. Were they too lazy to even put on an act? Lu Yenting's face turned from white to green on the spot, and he squeezed his goblet tightly. Lu Li's gaze found Tao Yuan at first glance. She had indeed come together with Ouyang Shua. She was actually wearing a deep V-neck short skirt, and she even had heavy makeup on? Who was she trying to seduce by dressing so seductively? What a dissolute woman. Lu Li was very annoyed, but he had to admit that she looked beautiful dressed like that. It was a style that he had never seen before, and it was a completely different feeling. This feeling was as if something that belonged to him had been sculpted by someone else to be beautiful. A sour feeling rippled in his chest and he was extremely jealous. Tao Yuan could feel the sparks in Lu Li's eyes. How was he jealous of her beauty? Then she had achieved her goal. Tao Yinran had always been coquettish, so of course she could not lose. She specially chose a red gown, and the two of them happened to clash. With the same color there would naturally be comparisons, but Tao Yuan didn't think that she would lose to Tao Yinran. 4 years ago she was a red flower and he was just a green leaf that served as a foil. But now it was different. In terms of beauty and aura they were equally matched. The two women were invisibly competing, and the smell of gunpowder was very heavy. Tao Yinran retracted her gaze and smiled flirtatiously. Uncle is there. I'll go greet him. She had already gracefully walked over. Her backless dress was slit all the way to her waist, and the thin silk clung to her buttocks. As she walked, her beautiful buttocks were faintly discernible. Anyone who saw it would have a nosebleed. What a stunner. Uncle, long time no see. Lu Yenting nodded reluctantly. I wanted to visit you as soon as I came back, but I didn't have the time. I'm really sorry. It's okay. He didn't want to see her anyway. Tao Yinran smiled flirtatiously, but in her heart she was cursing that old thing. If he hadn't stopped her back then she would have long become Mrs. Lu. But it didn't matter. Mrs. Lu would be hers sooner or later. At that time the entire Lu family's assets would also be hers. The image of Lu Yenting lying in bed and vomiting blood in anger appeared in her mind. It was simply too satisfying. Now was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. Tao Yinran's face was still filled with a fake smile. Uncle, how's your heart? As long as no one is angry at me, there's naturally no problem. Lu Yenting replied bluntly. Tao Yinran's smile froze. I'm just concerned about you. You don't have to be like this. Concerned about me? Ha, when you say this, you can't wait for me to die, can you? Towards people he disliked, Lu Yenting was never polite with his words. Even the corners of his eyes were filled with contempt. You can lie to Ali, but you can't lie to me. We both know what kind of person you are. How can you say that? To me you're my second father. Save it, sugar-coated bullets don't work on me. He was very good at reading people. When Lu Li brought Tao Yinran home he already disliked this girl very much. He felt that she was scheming and not someone who was easy to deal with. Later on his judgment was confirmed. He was not even willing to mention the things she had done. You see, I'm telling the truth but you don't believe me. 4 years ago you already broke up Ali and me once. Are you going to do it again now? The reason why you broke up, was it because I broke you up or was it because you did something shameful? You know it in your heart. A crack appeared on Tao Yinran's face. She froze for a moment but she still smiled. Even if I did something wrong, these 4 years should be enough to atone for it. Don't tell me that once a person makes a mistake there's no chance to change? I don't believe that uncle has never done anything wrong. There are some things that can't be reversed once you do something wrong. What's more, I don't see that you've changed. Any woman with a bit of shame will not be a mistress. The first person who stepped in my relationship with Ali was Tao Yuan. She is the mistress. Watch your words, don't let me ask you out. If you don't leave my son voluntarily, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Yanting said this and left. Tao Yinran gritted her teeth. Old thing, I'll kill you sooner or later. Lu Li brought 2 glasses of wine over. What did my father say? Nothing. Isn't it the same as asking me to leave you? Ah, he has always disliked me. Tao Yinran's face showed a trace of helplessness and grievance. Or I'd better leave. Anyway, it's annoying to stay here. As for Lu Li, his attention was on Tao Yuan, and he did not care about whether Tao Yinran stayed or not. However, he still wanted to use her to provoke Tao Yuan, so he stopped her. Don't go. Not far away, Tao Yuan saw Lu Li holding Tao Yinran's wrist, and she felt that it was a little dazzling. Thinking that the 2 of them had slept with their fingers intertwined for a night, she felt that the place he touched was very dirty. No matter what happened between him and Tao Yinran, she did not care, but she could not stand him provoking both sides. How despicable a man must be to deal with 2 women at the same time. Moreover, sometimes she felt that his gentleness towards her was sincere, and she could not help but be bewitched by him. She could only say that his acting was too good, and she needed more facts to sober herself up, so as not to fall into his gentle trap. Don't look at the dazzling things. Ouyang Shua held her face and turned it to him. His pitch-black pupils flickered with some light, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Tao Yuan was attracted by his eyes, and after a few seconds she came to her senses and pushed his hand away. Don't be touchy in public. I just touched your face and you call it touchy? Then if I want to kiss you, are you going to sue me? Don't even think about it. That's right. During the New Year's countdown, the male partner has to kiss his female partner. Isn't it just a countdown? When did you add this? Why didn't I know about it? I added it. Ouyang Shua was as proud as a fox. As a boss, I should work for the welfare of my employees. Do you know how many single dogs there are in our company? Christmas and New Year's can bring many lonely single men and women together. Just thinking about it makes me feel great. Haha, you are working for your own welfare, aren't you? Well, I admit that I want to find an excuse to kiss you. This year is almost over, don't you want to go crazy? People who use holidays to indulge themselves are too lonely, and I am not one of them. Staying alone in an empty room for more than 3 years, if not you, who would be lonely? If this was the ancient times, you would be the cold queen. How pitiful. Tao Yuan did not like his mocking tone and retorted. My career is on the rise now, and the achievements in my career make me very satisfied. In this era there is no need for men and women can still live well. Besides, you're a single dog, what right do you have to laugh at me? I'm single, but that's because I'd rather not have anything than have something I want. I only want what I want. His eyes were burning, and there was a blazing light in his eyes, like a hunter who had locked on to his prey. That kind of pressure once again caused trouble for Tao Yuan. Lu Li seemed to be talking to Tao Yinran, but his eyes did not move away from Tao Yuan for even a moment. She did not feel it at all and kept chatting with Ouyang Shua. Chatting, what was there to talk about? When she was with him, why did she not talk so much? Damn it. Ollie? Why are you daydreaming? Huh? What did you say? Dance? Okay. The music started and couples danced on the dance floor. Tao Yuan was also forcibly pulled in by Ouyang Shua. You're good at dancing. Ouyang Shua praised. Thank you, you're not bad yourself. He suddenly bent over and moved closer to her ear, his breath smelling like orchids. What perfume are you wearing? Smells good. Shower gel. Your shower gel must be very moisturizing and your skin is so smooth. There was an opening at Tao Yuan's waist, and Ouyang Shua's hand just happened to fall there, and he slowly stroked it. Where do you put your hand? Isn't it where it should be? I say you're doing this on purpose, right? He smiled evilly. How could I let you take advantage of me on purpose? Her face was red purely because of the excitement, but in Lu Li's eyes, it became her amorous heart. Look at her shy kitten appearance, she was as arrogant as a tigress in front of him. Damn it. No wonder she was so fierce to him, so her gentleness was used on other men. Lu Li really had enough, and he directly let go of Tao Yanran and walked in front of the two of them. Do you mind changing dance partners? His expression was cold and so was his tone. Tao Yanran felt like an abandoned cargo, and her face was very ugly. Tao Yuan did not want to change, but Ouyang Shua nodded. No problem. The next second she was directly pulled into Lu Li's arms, and his arms suddenly tightened around her waist, almost breaking her waist. Her little face turned pale and she gasped. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? I was dancing with him just now and I was very happy. Lu Li said sarcastically. He also wanted to use indifference to disguise it, but he just could not control it. That sour feeling was drilling in his chest, and his stomach was also churning and it was very uncomfortable. She was speechless. Have you ever seen anyone dance with a crying face? I really should have let you see how you looked just now, your face was so red. What? Is he good at seducing you? At least it's more comfortable than with you. Won't your sweetheart be angry at you for changing dance partners in the middle of the dance? Her face was already very ugly just now. Chapter 544. How did I provoke you? You bring your partner and I bring mine. We don't interfere with each other. What's the problem? Nowadays many marriages are like this. They play their own games. I think you're ridiculous. You have Tao Yanran but you still pester me. Do you still want a Huang and Nuing? But I'm sorry, you don't have that kind of charm. Lu Li used all his strength to force himself to calm down. His body was cramping. She's not my female partner. I'm not blind. I didn't invite her. We just met at the door. It's a good excuse. What do I have to do to make you believe me? I'm not lying to you. Although these words slightly affected Tao Yuan's mood, it was actually meaningless. You don't have to explain to me. I don't care. You really don't care? Yes, I don't care. I'm fine without you. She looked into his eyes and said seriously. I'm different from before. I really don't need you. Lu Li couldn't help but stop. There was a feeling of suffocation. Tao Yuan pulled her hand out of his and left. Tao Yanran's resentful eyes followed the two people on the dance floor. She was very unhappy. Miss, you've stepped on me 4 times. My feet are about to break. Ouyang Shua joked. It's embarrassing for a dancer to dance like this. I'm not in the mood to dance now. Ali exchanged me with her. What does this mean? Does he want her or not me? It's just a dance. You think too much. It's not a matter of a dance. It represents his choice. At this moment, Tao Yanran couldn't deceive herself anymore. She was completely panicked. She felt that she was losing Lu Li and was about to lose him completely. No, I can't let that woman take him away. Make her drink more later. Get her on the bed tonight. Do you hear me? Ouyang Shua shrugged. I'll try my best. After the dance music ended, Ouyang Shua followed Tao Yanran's instructions and found all kinds of excuses to make Tao Yuan drink. She was a little depressed, so she drank a few more glasses and felt a little dizzy. I'll go back first. There are only 5 minutes left before the New Year's Eve. Let's finish the countdown before going back. Ouyang Shua refused to let her leave. In the last 2 minutes, everyone gathered in front of the stage. During the kissing segment after the New Year, they stood together in tacit understanding, waiting for the first kiss of the New Year. Ouyang Shua looked at the tipsy Tao Yuan beside him and began to look forward to it. His heartbeat was out of control. 10, 9, 4, 3, 2, 1. The red numbers on the giant screen kept jumping. Ouyang Shua's heartbeat started to quicken as well. He glanced at Tao Yuan who was beside him. Her face was flushed red and she looked slightly tipsy. Her lips were slightly pouting as though she was waiting for someone to kiss her. He could feel a surge of restlessness drilling into his body. A few meters away, Lu Li and Tao Yanran stood together. Tao Yanran was also looking forward to this New Year kiss with ambition in her eyes. 1. After a cheer, the whole place fell into darkness. A hand suddenly grabbed Tao Yuan's arm and pulled her into a strong chest. She was about to struggle, but a familiar breath came to her. She recognized that breath. It was Lu Li. He held her face with both hands and kissed her. She opened her eyes wide. Because the darkness made her senses clearer, she could clearly feel his soft lips. It was as soft as a butterfly. It was so gentle that she was intoxicated. Her body began to tremble slightly. The faint taste of champagne in her mouth followed the entanglement of their tongues. It flowed down her throat and spread throughout her body, soaking her limbs and bones. She felt herself floating. Her body seemed to be stepping on clouds. The world was spinning. It was so unreal. The lights came on. Tao Yuan looked at the man in front of her dizzily. His eyes were burning and his breathing was heavy. He stared at her with a blissful smile on his lips. Everyone around them was cheering, but it seemed that there were only the two of them in the world. She heard her heart beating faster than ever and her body was also boiling. As soon as the lights went out, Tao Yanran prepared to give him a kiss, but the person beside her had already disappeared. In the dark, she fumbled around aimlessly. Her heart was in a mess and she was anxious. She was afraid that her guess was right. However, her nightmare had become reality. When the lights came on, she clearly saw Lu Li standing in front of Tao Yuan. Both of their lips were red. It was obvious that they had just kissed. He had actually chosen Tao Yuan for the first kiss of the new year. The most ironic thing was that she was standing right beside him. Tao Yanran felt that she was a complete joke. She was angry, jealous, and in disbelief. Her red nails dug deep into her palms. Her snow-white skin was flushed red. She gritted her teeth like a ferocious demon. Her body was trembling violently. This scene was what Ouyang Shua had guessed. Therefore, he was not surprised and continued to drink his champagne. However, the smile on his lips seemed a little forced. At this moment, the stuffy feeling in his chest was probably called disappointment. He asked himself if it was because his plan was interrupted or because he was moved by Tao Yuan. Moved? Was that possible? He did not have a heart. How could he be moved? Fireworks bloomed in the night sky. It was gorgeous and colorful. The whole world was celebrating the arrival of the new year. That night, for the four of them, something began to change. Tao Yanran was drunk. Lu Li sent her home. When they arrived at the hotel, she was so drunk that she could not walk. Lu Li had to carry her upstairs. After entering the room and putting her on the bed, he was ready to leave. However, Tao Yanran hugged his neck and refused to let him go. Let's continue to drink. Come on. I want to drink more. Give me more. Let's get drunk, she shouted in a drunken voice. I want to drink. Give it to me. Lu Li had a headache. You've drunk enough. After the countdown, she began to gulp down the wine like crazy, as if she wanted to get drunk to death. He thought that she must be drunk because he kissed Tao Yuan. However, Lu Li did not regret it. He did not want to kiss Tao Yanran, nor did he want to kiss Tao Yuan. However, when that moment came, his body's instinct drove him to rush to her. He had never been so strong and desperate. But that kiss made him feel happy and satisfied. On the way back, he was in a trance. You should rest early. I don't want to. Tao Yanran scratched him like an octopus. She was angry and shouted, but her voice was messy, more like a coquettish pout. Don't go. I don't want you to go. Yanran, do you hate me? You hate me so you can't wait to leave me, right? She looked at him in a daze, but her eyes were full of hurt feelings. You hate me, right? Ali, answer me. I don't hate you. Then do you love me? Tao Yanran's eyes were red, not only because of the alcohol, but also because of pain. Her nose was sore, causing her voice to become hoarse and fragile. Do you love me? She was like an aggrieved child, afraid of getting hurt. It seemed that one word from him could make her feel so much pain that she wanted to die. She hung on him, and Lu Li supported himself with one hand on the bed. His body was tilted, and half of his body was pressed against hers. Their faces were very close, which magnified the vulnerability in her eyes, making his heart ache. He had been avoiding this question, especially when Tao Yanran asked him personally. He didn't know how to answer. Love, maybe he still loved her. After all, they had been together for so many years and he did love her crazily. He missed her very much during the years when she left, and he didn't love any other woman. But they couldn't get back together, so she was the eternal regret in his life, like a brand, deeply imprinted in his heart. Occasionally when he thought about it, he still felt his heart ache. It was meaningless to answer this question, but she almost used a begging tone to ask him, so Lu Li couldn't bear to say that he didn't love her. You still love me, right? Tao Yanran choked. Yes, she was not drunk. She was acting, using alcohol to protect her dignity. However, the pain was real and the fear was also real. No matter how many mistakes she had made in the past, at least her love for him was real. She couldn't accept that the person she loved didn't love her back. She would go crazy. Yanran. Lu Li sighed and tried to use his other hand to pry open her arms that were wrapped around him. Don't go. Answer me, you still love me, right? It's very late, go to bed early. I don't want. Answer me. She lost control and made a big fuss, insisting on an answer. That question was like a whip whipping Lu Li's heart. He didn't know how to face it, he just wanted to escape. So, he forced himself to be ruthless, forcefully broke free from her arms and turned to leave. Don't go. Ali, don't leave me. Tao Yinran rushed up and hugged him from behind. Using all her life, she tightly hugged him and cried. Ali, don't leave me. I beg you. I love you, I really love you. Lu Li closed his eyes, the pain raging in his chest. I don't want my self-esteem, I don't want anything, I just want you. I came back not because of some company assignment but because I want to come back to see you, I love you. These years, I never stopped thinking about you. I really love you. So I came back. Only when I'm with you I feel happy. I know I can't selfishly persuade you to divorce but I'm back. We can start again. Can you leave Tao Yuan? Let's be together. Just like before. We can't go back to the past. From his throat, he squeezed out a low voice. Lu Li's heart was cold. Even if we can be together, we can't go back. What? I'm still me? 4 years ago, I let you down. Even if we're together again, I don't have the face to face you. But I don't care. I know you have your own difficulties, I never blamed you. I will forget all the things in the past. Ali, I can't live without you. That kind of life is really painful, I can't endure it. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.